Here we go, let's do this thing. I am a little bit sunburnt tonight. Let's give it a minute while we wait for people to arrive. I do have a cup of coffee. I also have something else, but you know. It's a TrampCast, what did you expect? Tina, no. Hey, no. Hey babe, quiet. I shall introduce you to my lady in a moment. Look, hot. I always forget. Hot. Let's, as people arrive, let's see if we can illuminate matters. Hey babe, your daddy. Here's Tina. That's that job done. Okay folks, this is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, a homeless person, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum. Someone who lives rough on the streets or sleeps rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field. This is a TrampCast Hangout. Now, TrampCasts ordinarily would be Sunday evening, earlier evening, and would discuss 7 days in the life of, the successes, the failures, the other happenings in my life. This is not that. This is just me and you chatting, just me and you talking. Now, what we have to do, we have to go into chat, load chat, and we have to go for live chat, not top chat. Top chat is always edited. It's always got some communications missing. So you want to be live chat or all messages, however it's worded in your particular version of the YouTube app. It varies from platform to platform, whether you're on an app, whether you're on the web, whatever, it varies. You don't want top chat, you want all messages or similar. All chat, all messages, however it's worded. Okay, folks, enough of the intros. I am a little bit red, aren't I? I've been out in the sun today by accident. I've had visitors, in a good way. I'll just hold on another minute or two just to see if we have anybody else join us. Cheers to those of you that did hit the thumbs up, always appreciated. As I say, this is a hangout. This is just me and you chatting. You chat via tippy tappy typey. I chat by microphone, by tippy tappy chatting. Tippy tappy chatting. I will tell you that my visitors today was one of them was one of you guys. Ryan Vitruvium came down to see me, and this morning I thought it was Ryan in the field, but it was my old friend Joby, the Englishman that lived here in the field for 3 months, about 18 months ago. He needed a place to stop off for a while. He's back in the field for a little bit, under the trees, hidden away in a little cubby hole. So yeah, things are. It's been a different kind of day, and so I wasn't prepared. I wasn't ready. I didn't get the notes lined up for the proper TrampCast earlier. My apologies. What that does mean is that I am now, 3 or 4 episodes behind with TrampCast proper. So this week there will be many TrampCasts, hopefully, as I try and get back on top of these things. I'm not quite sure where we were up to. I think we're behind with 3, and then there'll be the 4th would be the Sunday covering this next week by the time we get there. I think I stand to be corrected on that because I am quite several behind. I saw Terry arrive just there. Terry in Wales. Hello, my friend. Okay, you're the first chatter. You're the first comment. The rest are lurking. We're in lurker mode, or you're shy. Maybe you're just clicking to see what this is about. I did post a couple of kind of teaser messages via Twitter and the YouTube community posts. So if you're new here, I am a tramp. There is no denying it. I'm a homeless guy, trapped by circumstance in Spain. The circumstances are really convoluted. If you want the full story, after this TrampCast, you want to go and find TrampCast 001. That's where the full story, I give the full exposition, the full description of the who, how, when, where, whys. Who is this guy? What's his background? What's his education? What's his work history? Business history? How did he end up in Spain? How did he end up homeless? It's all explained. TrampCast space 001. For anyone that needs that information. It's all out there. I don't want to bore the regulars by keep going over the same details week after week after week. If you are joining late, bottom left hand corner, you want to see the word live and a red dot. That will make sure that you're not following along an hour behind or half an hour behind if you are late, and YouTube does sometimes make you begin at the beginning even when I'm 1 hour ahead. Terry said the final chapter. It would be nice. It would be nice if it was the final chapter, wouldn't it? I'd like to get out of here and get back. I think I'd like to get back to the UK. Everybody keeps telling me no, I wouldn't. We shall have to. We shall have to assess that when the time is right. We shall have to assess that nearer the time. I have got coffee, folks. Thank you for those of you that did hit the thumbs up. I appreciate that. There are no prepared topics for today. I'm happy to have a friend back in the field with me, living back in the field. I'm happy that Ryan came down and he's been a great help with the things that he's given me and the help that he's been. He said he hasn't got much, but I gave him a short list of things that would be useful, that would be helpful, and he picked 2 or 3 items off the list. He came up with a couple of other items of his own, and I got something else, possibly a little bit special, to check out tomorrow and see how that goes. Stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned. I will let you know what the who, how, what, when, where, whys. I need to check a couple of things out. He brought me this this USB powered or battery powered, but charges from USB. Shower head thing. You fill a bowl of water, you dangle the bottom end in, it does the pump thing and gives a shower head, either for washing hair or for a stand-up wash out in the field. We'll have to see how that goes. Interesting idea, interesting concept. I'll maybe do a review. The Techie Tramp is a playlist I thought about starting, and it only ever got about 2 posts. I wanted to go Hobo Tech, but that's already a guy called Tom who's fantastic. Check out Hobo Tech channel, folks. HOBOTECH. It's a bit of a pun on his name. I think it's on his surname. But it is about off-grid products like EcoFlows and Bluettis and Jackeries and all of that stuff. But other things as well. Off-grid fridges and things. I think I just saw another post that maybe I've missed. Hannah says hello. Hello, Hannah. Mike and Tina. Tina is down here. If you arrived late, maybe. Let me see if I can... Hold on. Take the click, you bugger. Or maybe it did. Take the click and then let me put the light on. Here she is. She's right down here with the daddy. We've been sat outside all day, hence my very red face. I thought, folks, get this. I sat with my back to the sun all day, and with the brolly behind me. And as the sun came around, I moved the chairs around. We kept our backs to the sun. Look at me. I was already brown, and now I'm lobstered again. Even my arms, which were already brown, and now you won't be able to see in this light. My arms have got a red tinge to them, or red tint to them. I've been trying to stay out of the sun this year. Obviously, I get caught by it every now and again. Spain, it's difficult to stay out of it entirely. What can you do? I do have, you'll have to forgive me, folks, I do have a packet of crisps here right now. A chap called Cliff. Let me finish eating it and then I'll come back to you. Ham on. Ham flavoured crisps. Crinkle cut. A guy called Cliff. Yesterday morning, I'm in my tent listening to a crappy sci-fi, one of those crappy AI generated sci-fi stories that I seem to like so much. And I hear a voice outside. Mike, come out, where are you? I come out, introduce myself, give him my proper name, explain that I'm not Mike. If you've been here a while, you know the story. If you've been here long enough, or if you've watched TrampCast 001, you might even have caught my real name. I say it about 6 times. Every time I talk to the dog, more or less, in TrampCast 001, you will catch my real name. I say, Tina's okay, Daddy, real name is okay. And there you go. If you want to know it, there's one way to get it. The other way is just to email me and chat with me. I always sign real world communication. I try to always, sometimes I forget, but I try to always sign with my real name. So emails first, text messages and whatever. So for anyone who doesn't know, if you are new here, if you're just one of the inquiring minds that have dropped in wondering what this is all about, Delta Mike is NATO phonetic alphabet for DM, used by military, police, people like that in radio communications primarily, but other places as well. Delta Mike is my initials, DM. So I'm not Mike, I'm a name beginning with D. Just to give you a further hint, if you do go and watch TrampCast 001 and listen out for those particular slip-ups, I was new at this live streaming. I doxed myself about somewhere between 6 and 8 times. It's been a little while since I watched TrampCast 001 back again. Fun times indeed. Okay, folks. There you go, Ryan Vitruvium. I can confirm that this is not AI generated. He's been here, folks. He's seen the tent. He's seen the messy field. He's spoken with me. I'm not AI generated. He fed me. He fed me a pasta bolognese kind of thing. And we sank a few beers. I lost my phone at some point and found it. Well, he helped me find it. Got a split in my pocket, which has got a little bigger than I thought. I'd put my phone in thinking other things fall out of that pocket, but my phone won't. Oh, it did. Lying face down in the bloody soil when we walked back, and we only found it because he was shining his torch. I was looking for it with my tablet, thinking it would connect to the Wi-Fi, but the phone had turned itself off. Not just screen off. So Wi-Fi gone, no ringing it, no nothing. I didn't know my own phone number, so we couldn't ring it, but that would have been an idea. But that wouldn't have worked because the phone had turned itself off. So it's only because he had his phone and the torch, the flash light, that we were able to locate it. So thank you for that as well, Ryan. Thank you, mate. Thank you for everything. I haven't listed everything. I'm holding a secret back. Tina girl, quiet. There's somebody coming. Yeah, there's a small group coming up the field, coming up the path, the road. But it's not a problem. It's not a problem for us, darling. No hay problema para ti. No hay problema. Nice people, see, they wave. Nice people wave back when you wave. Okay, folks, what have we got? Any topics for today? There was Hannah. There was soul mining. Steve, thank you for the donation the other night, mate. I don't think I saw it during the stream. I saw other ones from other people. I didn't mention yours, but thank you. Appreciated. I can confirm this is not AI generated. This is indeed the truth. Let me have a quick sip. I burnt myself earlier taking a quick sip of the coffee, but it should have cooled. I've taken the lid off. Should have cooled down by now. Yeah, it's cool enough. So as I mentioned, folks, our gassing or outgassing, not sure. My mate Joby that used to live in the field is back. Outgassing, okay, I'm with you. My mate Joby is back and in the field again, and he ran into a little bit of. He's been having some woes with the old camp that he used to live at and the people there, and I think he's had some people spreading gossip about him, that malicious gossip. He busks a little bit. He plays music and you know, for donations, and the people he'd been living with are spreading rumours about him, and so he was getting funny looks. He stopped earning any money. He wasn't getting any money anymore. So he's come back up this way from the south of Torrevieja, back up to here. I guess we're north of the centre, but we're still in Torrevieja just. La Mata begins somewhere just up the road, but he's come back up this way for a little while just to see whether he can do better here. The tennis racket of death, folks, if you're familiar, the tennis racket of death is with us, and our lamp or lantern from Leroy Merlin is with us. Yeah, all good. Todo bien. It's been a funny day. I haven't been inside the tent hardly today. I went in this evening to try and prepare for this, to go and get things. Fucking scurrying little bastard in there, wasn't there? Fucking mouse in my tent. I'm going to have an inspection tomorrow. I'm going to go all around the outside and see if there's any signs of where it might get in. I've got stuff piled up in front of the door outside that it could have got up and on. It could be coming in from where Tina bum shuffles out of the door the other side. She's stretched and flattened the fabric. Could be that, or it could be... I've been saying now for 3 or 4 weeks that I'm going to deploy the full set of mouse traps, and I haven't done it. And the 2 that I've got out, I've got in unreachable places I can't get to and maintain. Change the bait. They only have little bait pots where you would put like a ketchup or a mayonnaise or a barbecue sauce or something. They only have these little pots, and the ants will empty it within a couple of days. So I need to reposition them somewhere that I can get to. I need to put the other 2 out. I have to be conscious that they're not in places that Tina will get at them. But I don't like the idea that I've got mice in the tent in summer. I mean, I don't like the idea I have mice in the tent. But normally it's fucking January or February before they become a problem. Why have I got them in there now in August? Either they're desperate, or we're overrun with them and the field's got too many of them. I don't know. I heard cats out here the other night, fighting or mating, who can tell? I think cat sex is particularly painful for the lady. They don't like it. They don't like it up them, as somebody once said. Apologies to Clive Dunn and Dad's Army. They don't like it up them. Cat, shut up. Cats' penises are barbed, aren't they? Once they go in, they don't want to come out. I don't know. Oi. I still haven't trimmed my beard. Oscar, hello, hello. Night vision goggles might be useful when you hear something out there. Night vision goggles would be lovely. Nice idea. Not cheap though, I don't believe. Unless Temu do some nowadays. Or maybe there's an adapter for phones. You get these things that you can plug onto phones for thermal imaging or similar. I don't know about actual proper real night vision. But maybe Big Clive can advise. I don't know. But yeah, when there's stuff moving either in the tent or outside in the field, would be nice. Would be a nice addition to my arsenal. But tramp in a field, guys, you know, what are you going to do? Let me know. I've just noticed there's a bit of a breeze coming in from this side, which is where the audio check. How are we for audio? I'm hoping we're not crackling. You must tell me if we get crackling, or if you start getting the wind hitting the microphone, because I do have somewhere here. I have my pan scrub of. It's not a pan scrub of death, but my. Where is that? It was here earlier. It is here somewhere. It's on this table. Oh, fuck! Jesus Christ! Sorry, folks. Where are we? Fucking thing. The tennis racket of death decided to attack me. You're still here, I hope. I'm sorry for... You're still there? Jesus Christ, I don't know what any of that was about. 50,000 volts coming right at me. Coming at you like Cleopatra, as somebody once said. Some girls from Ireland, if I remember right. Bewitched, maybe? Maybe Bewitched. Coming at you like Cleopatra. Now the tennis racket of death is fizzing, just to let me know that it's after me. It's bulging, the metal's sticking out. Just give us a second, folks. I want to look for that. Oh, you are buzzing something terrible, aren't you? There we go. Oh no, that, okay. That's the bad one, this is the good one. Okay. I do indeed have the pan scrub of wind protection for the microphone if needed. It was there all along. I thought I was looking at a different thing. But how am I so dark all of a sudden? That's the brightest setting. That was all very how are we gonna drop the yeah, that knocked the tennis racket of doom. Came right at me, knocked the phone over. I half caught it, but facing the wrong way. Then I put it in the stand the wrong way up, so the weight of the phone was pressing the off button. How many times can I fuck up in 2 minutes? I don't know, folks. Let's see if I can just break a bit of crisp off and have it quickly. Where are you, babe? Oh, you're there, I see you. There's my girl. I don't know, guys. How's the dog pram? The lady's still working on it. She brought it back today with some major amendments, and Tina didn't fit in it. It needs rework on top of rework. I'll be honest, I was happy with it 2 days ago. I don't want to sound like an ingrate. I just didn't think we needed to mess. But she'd seen a video, she had an idea, she wanted to implement something. You know, I'm grateful for help, as long as we don't go backwards. We shall wait and see, folks, we shall wait and see. Tina's had the thing now for like 5 days and she's only been in it about 3 times. I shall say no more because I'll get into trouble. messages there, stargazing this, okay. Night vision goggles, okay, yeah. Yeah, it was Oscar Davis, okay, mate, yeah. Okay, I think I've seen everything. Stay with Steve, yeah. And Hannah. Okay, I am up to date with everything. Okay, folks, anybody got any topics? I've got nothing. I haven't got anything prepared at all. I've given you all my news. We had a visit from our friend Ryan here. Very Torrevieja, or however you're going to pronounce it. I've told you about Joby arriving back in the field. I've told you about the lady on the Sanja and the doggy Rolls Royce. What am I drinking tonight? I am on coffee, primarily, at the moment. I have been on the beer most of the day. Well, not most of the day. That sounds wrong. Don't read into that more than you should. I had a couple of beers this afternoon, and then I had to go to the shop, and I got a few cold ones for me and Joby. We sat here and had I bought us three cold ones each, and the third one ran out of cold before we got to it. We were too slow at drinking them. It was back up to, I'm not going to say room temperature, but Spanish outdoor temperature. It was up to Spanish outdoor temperature before we got to the third one. We wasted. They charge a surplus for the cold ones. Can you hear this? I think it causes problems for the microphone when the tennis racket of death does its thing. But it is fizzing and popping away. Something did land in it. It is snap, crackle, pop. And there is that odour of cooked bug. Crackle and pop audio, yeah. That's just the that is just the tennis racket of death, which I've had to turn sideways now for greater stability, so that it doesn't take a blast of wind and come and hit me. I don't want hitting with 50,000 volts. I've no idea yet what 50,000 volts feels like. I am intrigued and I do want to find out, but in my own time and in my own way. I don't want the full tennis racket coming at me. What's the weather forecast for the week ahead? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's going to get a little bit cooler. I hope, at least. Today's been cloudy. This afternoon clouded over. I'm not sure it got much cooler, maybe a little bit. The breeze picked up a little bit. It even started to rain for about 2 minutes, just spotting, but only for a couple of minutes. The week ahead, I haven't really looked. This time of year, you kind of don't bother. It's going to be the same. Sign of Nature's 28 there. Okay. A face full of 50,000 volts doesn't sound good. No, I want to try it like with one finger, like a pinky finger or an index finger or something. I don't want the whole thing jumping at me. That, you know, I want to be prepared as well and ready, and maybe have my first aid kit out and my burn kit in case. I just don't want the whole thing like it did just there. I thought it was stable and solid, and I'd been commenting that we were just getting a breeze, but the breeze was coming from the side, and then suddenly this thing blew at me. Not great. 29 in Cheshire tomorrow. What the hell is that about? It's going to be warmer there than here. Last night it cooled down to 25 just before dawn this morning. We got down to 25. It's not fun, folks. It is no fucking fun. Screw things to the table. It's a plastic base, and most of the time it's going to be inside the tent, so there's no real point screwing things to the table. Not at the moment, anyway. Everything's very precarious. Inside the tent's even more precarious. What do you do? I don't know. Hey babe, would you like a crisp? Of course you would. There you go. That's my, oh, you dropped it. I went to great lengths to hand it to you carefully and you fucked it. Sorry folks. Until yesterday, I hadn't had a bag of crisps this year. Ryan brought one down and opened it up. But before that, Cliff, the guy who called round in the morning, brought a bag of goodies. And there were 2 bags of crisps. Now there's no stopping me. I don't know what I'm going to do when they run out. Oh, now that Joby's here, I'll maybe be able to go to the shop. He'll be able to look after Tina for me maybe while I go out. Oh, because he's on his bike, maybe I could send him shopping. Give him a shopping list and... Options, folks. Or maybe I could borrow his bike. Me on Spanish roads, that wouldn't be a good idea. I'm never sure which way anything goes. Got no idea which way you go around a roundabout in Spain. The driver's in the left seat on the right hand side of the road. He has to stay on the inside of the roundabout, so you're going to go around to the right, I think. You're going to go right but spin left as you go, if that makes sense. That's my guess. I got no fucking clue really. Because I'm a pedestrian, I'm not a driverist. I don't worry about these things generally. But if I suddenly had use of a bicycle, I'd have to know the rules of the road, wouldn't I? No clue. You've had more rain there than here. It was all early in the year. Oh, unless you mean the little bit of spitting that we had earlier. Okay, maybe that's where you're going. Yeah, if you haven't had any. It's quite a while since we had proper rain. Oh, there was that storm that I slept through and didn't know about. That's maybe a month ago now. Where my tent filled with water because I didn't close the doors. All the water runs off the roof, down the doors, but the doors aren't fastened, so the bottom of the door's flapping inside the tent, dumping all the water inside. That took about a week or 10 days for the carpet to dry. Because, folks, I am a tramp with a carpet inside my tent and an armchair. Fuck. And electricity. Lanterns, electric tennis rackets of death, Samsung flagship mobile phones, Samsung tablet. I should shut up. No one will be donating anymore. You'll all be thinking I'm better off than you are. Apart from the mice running through my tent. Oh, bastards. Somebody asked, I think, was it Oscar? Oscar asked, what did you have for dinner? I had one of those is it called a mug shot? What the hell are you? You're dead is what you are. I don't know what you were. You're fucking dead now. What the fuck are you doing messing about with my stuff? Get the fuck out of here. It's like, think pot noodle, but with pasta and without the pot. Comes in a pack, you put it in a mug, I guess from the name, mug shot. I put it in a pan. We added a little bit of sweet corn and then we added extra water, more than you're supposed to. The recipe's always just like for one mug full. I did a pan full of water, put the stuff in, added some sweet corn, a fairly big tin of sweet corn. Not the ones that's like a tuna tin size. It's like 2 or 3 times that height. Tin of sweet corn. It was chicken flavoured kind of sauce or soup with the pasta. That's what we ate. I think that's all I've had today. Is that right? I believe that's all I had today. Last night, as I was saying before, I had a pasta and sauce, a pasta bolognese with Ryan. At he cooked that. Thank you for that, Ryan. Today, I think it's just that. Yeah, we had the crisps last night as well, and then I have just opened this pack of crisps. I don't think I've had any other snack. No, just the aforementioned few beers. I view beer as a way of keeping my hydration up. It's got the electrolytes, it's got a little bit of carbohydrate in it. It's almost, but not quite. What's the word? What's the word they use for these drinks? Like sports drinks and things that rehydrate you and give you all the metabolites and things. Beer is almost, if it wasn't for the alcohol, it would almost be a sports drink. But the alcohol. But if you think I'm going to sit here drinking non-alcohol beer, you've got another thing coming. They don't call us winos for nothing, you know. Hot days like these, you've got to keep your fluids going. You've got to keep your fluids up. And when I went and bought the cold ones, then you've only got a short time. You got to get them down you before they go warm. There's no fridge to keep it cool. My cool box is, well, it's not kaput, but it ain't performing. It's not doing its job. So, what can you do, folks? Oh, I can't eat all that on screen at once. I'm having to break the crisps up so that I don't pause too long in between speaking with you. You wear tramp life well. I try. Ismo, amigo. Ismo's had a long day at work. What's your schedule? 5-hour shift tonight? Probably not 5 hours, I wouldn't have thought. It's been a busy day in terms of talking with people all day. I'm not used to talking so much and having people around. And normally I've done more talking during the day today than probably in a typical month. Apart from TrampCasts, ignore talking with you lot, but real world, talking with real people. It's been a busy week for me in terms of talking with people and being with people. I'm not used to it, so we'll have to see how tonight goes. A lot depends on you guys. How long you keep me company, whether you've got topics, whether you've got questions, whether you've got science or technology stories from this week to talk about. What's been happening in the world. Don't want to go into politics because in terms of politics, the world's a shithole at the minute. So I don't want to go off on migrants and things. I'm not going there tonight. If we can avoid it, folks, if we can avoid it. I said enough naughty swear words in the past month or so already. Whoa, what's that? Do you smoke cigarettes? I do not. I have never touched tobacco in my life or any other drugs other than alcohol. And alcohol is my preferred, would you say, drug of choice? Method of relaxation? However you want to put that. Never touched cigarettes, never touched weed, never done any of the other Colombian marching powders and heroines and none of that, no crack, nothing, nada, never. Which is why it's funny when the police drag me off to the police station, and they say, "Do you feel unwell?" No, of course not. No, I'm fine. But let us know when you are unwell. Why am I going to be unwell? What are you talking about? I had no clue. I was so... It was like 3 days later it hit me that they were talking about like withdrawal and drugs, and it's like, I'm not going to be unwell. I'm not... There's not going to be any fucking withdrawal. I'm not on anything. I don't take anything. No free speech here, so can't talk much, Lord. This is true. Well done for not smoking or drugging. I don't know. My dad sat me down when I was about 10 and he said, do me a favour. He said, do me 2 favours. Never get a tattoo and never smoke. And I said, yes, Dad. And I've been a good boy ever since. I don't know if my dad knows that, but yeah, no tattoos and no smoking or drugs or just beer, which my dad was fine with, you know. We had beer, well, we had alcohol as kids. Small doses, half a can of beer on a Saturday night, probably watered down with lemonade, you know, shandy or whatever. That was it. Oscar doesn't touch drugs, gave up alcohol 9 years ago. Can I ask, was that just for health, or are you a 12-stepper, or maybe that's too... Here's another Oscar. We got multiple Oscars. We are fully Oscared at the minute. Super Enriched is also an Oscar. What you missing most? Life back home. Working, routine, getting up and doing, earning money. I had a business back in the day. Probably that structure to life. I mean, if I suddenly had to be up at fucking 7 o'clock every day to get up and go to work, I'd probably hate it for the first. It'd take a bit of getting used to for the first month, wouldn't it? It'd be a change, but that, being a productive member of society, contributing, doing things, getting up and joining the treadmill. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm detracting from society here at the moment. I don't, other than when the police want to interject and put themselves in my life. I'm not costing the state anything, either the British or the Spanish. They push themselves into my life at times and would say that police involvement and police activity was a net drain on society. If you just leave me alone in the field, I won't be costing you fuck all. But yeah, being able to get up and go to work, being able to earn some money, being able to have money in your pocket and make my own choices about what to do with the money. Not being an e-beggar. Those would be improvements, wouldn't they? That's the potted version of it. Plenty of space there for a startup. Except I would be illegal. I would be breaking tax laws. And as I had a conversation with someone earlier, as I said then, saying to the judge, but everybody does it. That's not a legal defence. That doesn't get you let off. If they're looking at me and they're investigating me continuously, like I've had 5 visits again in the last month. 4 or 5, I lose track. They used to be here every week or 2. Then they left me alone for a year. Now they seem to be back. I got to keep my nose clean. I can't be starting illegal businesses or earning money when I'm not tax registered. Okay, alcohol. The UK, the cost of alcohol in the UK I have no idea now. When I left the UK, a can in the off license had just gone over £1. So you bought like a 4-pack of John Smiths and it would have been £4 or £4.50 or something. It's probably double that now. I've no idea. In the pub, I remember it being just over £3 for a pint, 3.20, 3.30 maybe, in Morecambe. So I've no idea how the prices in my head compared to the prices you pay. I know that here, €3 gets me a 12-pack from the shop, from the supermarket. Pint and £9.50, and yeah, London was always crazy though. I mean, I remember paying a fiver 20 years ago. That's not really a where in London, like in the centre, like King's Cross or Leicester Square or somewhere, or are you talking about like Wimbledon or Morden or Tooting? My old stomping grounds, Southwest 19 and the periphery. But I'm going back. My time there was 1989 and 1990. Long time ago. Tube strikes, ambulance strikes, fire brigade strikes, bus and underground. Everything all went on strike at once. We had the Green Goddesses out, and we had army ambulances on the streets. Yeah, no, long time ago. Karen, hello. A pint can of cider for £1.15, like a 500ml. £1.15 for a can. That's fairly decent, isn't it? That sounds like a good price. Depending on where you are and what you compare it against. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm on top of things. Karen's still out. Did you win at the quiz? Thought you were flying again. Lost me. I'll be honest. Oh, I was just about to say chat wasn't jumping and it just did. It's jumped to the bottom. You came second. Is there a prize for second, or is it winner takes all? The other Oscar asks, how is Tina and are you well? Tina's fine. The lady brought the chariot back today and it didn't quite fit, so she's taken it away to adjust some more. But Tina's okay. We've had a few little walkies. We've done what we needed to do, and she was happy to see Uncle Joby come back today. Karen, oh, you know, we messaged earlier. Yeah, Joby's back. He's in the field under a different tree. Well, in amongst some trees. Yeah. Thought you were flying against supermarket. Drinking is too expensive for the majority in the UK. Why? I remember wine was £4.50 a bottle when I left. I know, like in Scotland where they've got the minimum unit pricing, everything's gone up. It's 50p per unit. So a bottle of wine that is, if it's 14%, if it was, let's say it was 15%, 3/4 of a bottle, well, you're looking at 10 or 12 units of alcohol in a bottle of wine, are you? That would mean minimum pricing would mean it has to be at least £6 a bottle in Scotland. The rest of the UK hasn't gone for that minimum unit pricing yet, but I mean, how much is a bottle of whiskey? Is going to be 15 quid minimum then in Scotland, isn't it? Roughly 14 or 15. I had no idea whether that's, see, to me, a bottle of whiskey here is €6. I don't buy spirits much. Occasionally someone will buy me a bottle. My friend Steve got me a bottle of brandy at one point this week. I've had this much out of the top. Some days, here's the reason I switched to the brandy and cola at one point. My beer was too hot. It was burning the back of my throat. It was hot. So I had to switch to the cola, and it was either going to be wine and cola or a little tot of brandy to have with the cola. I went with the brandy. This would be late afternoon. I don't know what day. Maybe yesterday, maybe the day before. So that's Friday or Saturday, yeah? I lose track of my days, folks. I lose track of my days. But literally, my beer was too hot to drink. And if you know about liquids and heat and gas, in a bar they'll make a drink cold and it gets very fizzy. But that's because it absorbs, when it's cold, it absorbs more gas, holds it better. When it gets warmer, it doesn't hold gas. It becomes fizzier, but not in a too fizzy and warm and lager. Warm lager is not a pleasant experience. It really is not. And then at night I stand them out, if I've got any, I stand them out outside in the shade when the sun goes around that side. I'll stand them out like late afternoon and into the evening and night, just to get them cooler quicker. Not nice. Warm lager is vile. Nasty, acrid aftertaste. Not good. Not good. But yeah, it's cheap. The point is that it's cheaper here than it is in the UK. For the price of one beer in the pub, I can buy at least one, if not two, 12 packs of beer. I save it for the weekend usually. Someone brings me some. Karen. Second prize is speaking to me. Why, thank you. That's a nice idea. You got crisps. What crisps if you come last? There's Kevin, Manchester U999. £8 opposite Euston Station a few months ago. From my memory, that's not too bad. I paid a £5. It's got to be 20 years ago. Can't remember where I was. I might have been nearer King's Cross than Euston. But yeah. Cycles around Wimbledon Common. Okay, passed it on the bus. Never actually been. Oh, Kew and Kew Gardens, yeah. £3 pint of lager in pub. Remind me where you are, Sign of Nature. £3 a pint for lager sounds really reasonable. I mean, it was, I don't know. Weatherspoons. Yeah, okay, yeah. Weatherspoons was always cheaper. Beer with your breakfast. Breakfast beer. 7:30 or 8 o'clock in Weatherspoons, you'd see them, wouldn't you? I was having breakfast. I wasn't doing the breakfast beer. I was breakfast with either a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. Just to clarify for anybody, but I would see the guys having their what I would call the day shift, the professional drinkers. They're starting their shift. They're going to be there until 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon before they stagger out into the street and fall over. I shouldn't be so judgmental. There, but for the grace of God. Yeah, Weatherspoons. Fond memories. Cold. That was awful. Last mouthful was not nice. Got another cup here. This one will be hot still. Too hot to drink because of the insulated cup and the lid. So we'll do the two-handed drinking, folks. Cheers to those of you that are here. Even better if you've hit that thumbs up. Come on, you know you want to. Do a tramp a favour. I am a tramp. For anybody who's... There'll be people lurking here. There'll be people who've just seen my Twitter post or my YouTube community post, whatever they call them nowadays. They used to call it community, now they just call them posts. They're trying to start a separate community thing with more features. I haven't been invited into it yet, I don't believe. But always up for a thumbs up, folks. We in the end, on the last live stream, we got above 30 and the record's 37, so I thought we were really close. Well, we can argue whether it's 36 or 37, can't we? That was the conversation. It was 37 until 2 seconds before I clicked end stream and it dropped to 36. So does 37 count? Or is it really 36? I'll give you another second or two to hit that button so that you can be included when I say cheers in a moment to the thumbs up crew. In 3, 2, 1. Cheers to you guys that are here, and especially to the thumbs up crew. Cheers, folks. Thank you. It is a spot of two-handed drinking because the coffee's too hot for now. The tennis racket of doom is still doing its thing. I know that can affect the microphone. When I listen back, I can hear that sometimes you hear the click properly. Sometimes it causes the microphone or the audio to drop in volume. It is just an electric fly zapper that's sitting here catching flies and moths. It did attack me a little while ago. A breeze came out of nowhere, blew it this way right at me, and knocked the phone off the stand, and there was lots of swearing and shouting, and I thought I was about to get zapped. At the same time as I kind of caught it zapped something, and I thought it zapped me, so I might have shrieked in anticipated pain. I'll have to listen back, see how much of a big Jessie I was when it came at me. But 50,000 volts, you're going to anticipate, so I might have squealed a bit. I don't know. I'll have to see. What are you saying? Anybody talking? Karen has hiccups. She's got the hiccups. I prefer the hiccup spelling myself because I'm old-fashioned like that. Oh, it just... Fancy a beer change. To what? What do you think of Chancellor May's German? I don't know Chancellor May. I haven't seen any German politics since Merkel left. £11 for a case of lager. How many's in a case? Is this a 6-pack, a 12-pack, a 14-pack? I don't know where we are anymore. Gonna go back, I've missed a few. Oscar D lives on cups of tea. I'm gonna say Oscar D to make you distinct from the other Oscar. We're all Oscared up. We've got a full set of Oscars at the minute. Live on cups of tea or bottled water now. I eat rice. You're going for a plainer lifestyle since giving up the grog. Okay, I think I'm back. There was Kevin arriving and telling me about £8 for a beer opposite Euston. And I'm working forward again now, make sure I haven't missed anything. That's for 10 cans. That's £11 for 10 cans. That was roughly kind of the price I was seeing in the corner shop. You know, the convenience store, if you will, when I left about 9 years ago. If that's your supermarket price now, it hasn't moved much from I guess corner shop would be more expensive, but that's now translated to the supermarket. I guess you're talking about a supermarket. corner shops tend to sell 4-packs or 6-packs rather than larger cases, I think. I could be wrong. Karen has no idea what people are saying. It's all a blur. Okay. Going to get a kebab. Oh, you've definitely been on the beer, haven't you? Tramp surfing, indeed. But okay, this was the Chancellor May's question, which jumped. Let's have a look. This is the other Oscar, super enriched. What do you think of Chancellor May's and Germany becoming a military power again? Responsible for 2 world wars. Lunatics at it again. I don't know. I mean, every country should have a right to defend itself, to have a military. They are the biggest economy in Europe, so they should pull their weight militarily when it comes to defense. Yeah, the idea of them rearming. I could see why people would hesitate. They do have the far-right party, but as we know, is it the AFD, Alternative for Democracy or something? Not Alternative to Democracy. Is it Alternative or is it Action? But anyway, go back to my original point. I can see why people worry. The term far-right gets thrown around. I'm far-right, apparently, because I didn't like Star Wars, Disney's Star Wars sequel with Rey and Finn and whatever the fucking others are called. So apparently I'm far-right. I'm a sexist, racist, misogynist, all the other ists and phobes. Just because I didn't like that particular set of Star Wars films. So these terms have been bandied about and thrown around now to the extent that who knows what they mean. Are AFD actually far right? Are they just further right? Are they just right of centre, and therefore, because the left are in charge, everything gets called far right? I don't know. Politics is a tricky one. I'm not up to date on Germany and German politics, like I said. Since Merkel invited 1 million or so in, and then you had like the mass sex assaults that new year, and as far as I know, they've carried on having significant sex assaults from their culturally enriched... Should I shut up now? I'm sounding far right. I can hear myself. I don't know where I go on German politics, whether they should have an army. As long as they're not actual far right in charge, I think Germany should have an army. It would help them pull their weight for Europe. It would perhaps help send a message to Putin, however you want to pronounce his name, not to mess with Europe and Europe's borders. Especially as we seem to have conceded that Ukraine can't join NATO anymore, which was always the that was Russia's big fear, that they would have NATO on their borders. I don't know, mate. It's not my field. I'm not up to date on it. I don't really know. You can tell I'm just padding. Fancy a beer change, said Sign of Nature. I don't know where you're going with that. Are you offering me a beer change? What are you going to buy me? Do you like beer, Mao, Mike? Madrid, but I know Mao quite well. I like Mao. I used to like Cruz Campo. Name me some of the others. I'm not... I like both the red and the green. What was the one that had an Oro? They had a golden beer. Oro, O-R-O, gold. I can't remember what the brand was. I preferred the gold to their normal, to the standard. I don't know what I'm not, so I don't often get to drink branded beer. I drink supermarkets cheapest because of my situation, because of how it is. Occasionally someone will bring me a branded beer, Cliff that came around yesterday, fucker, sat talking with me for an hour, hour and a half, then told me there was cold beer in the bag of food that he'd brought. Could have done with knowing that there was cold at the beginning of the fucking conversation. It was a bit early in the morning maybe, but you got to drink a cold beer while it's cold, otherwise it loses its value, it loses its cold. The whole point of cold beer is that it's cold. If you let me put the carrier bag down in the sun for an hour, it's not going to be cold anymore. It was still cool, it was still plenty cool, but it would have been colder at the start of the conversation, wouldn't it? That's how thermodynamics works. Heat evens out and levels out. Cold things get warmer, and the warm around the cold things gets a little bit cooler, but not by much because of the differences in mass. You know what I'm saying. What are you? You're another one of those. You're a hoppy little... Here's one of those shield bug things again, those green ones that was here the other day. Josie tells me they're called shield bugs. Let me, for anyone who doesn't know, let me see if I can... Oh, I had it right the first time around, look. You see, that's it there, look, in the middle of the picture. What is that? No, you can't, I can't get any closer. If I try and zoom in again, oh, it's flown. It flickers around, or flitters around, whatever the right word would be. Flits, flickers, I don't know. Madrid based beer, I like red and green. I probably would like either, but I don't have the money for buying brands. I pay over the odds at this Chino Bazaar because I can't get to the supermarket. At the supermarket, it's roughly speaking 30 cents a can. I'm paying 40 cents a can, 41, 42, something like that. Proper brands are like 60 cents a can and upwards, roughly speaking, so I don't know. Estrella, there's another brand, isn't it? I don't think that was the one with the Oro though. I don't know. You're outside, mosquitoes aren't biting. They are not, Farmer. Hello Fabrizio, my friend. The flies got bitey about an hour and a half before sundown. It might have been 2 hours before. There was a cloud of them. I looked down and I had about 8 flies on each ankle and foot in the area of my ankles and feet. Tina had like 5 just sat on her nose. She was like biting, chomping at them, but couldn't get them because they were on her. But they're not too bitey at night, and I have got the tennis racket of death out. I had to turn it sideways on so it doesn't blow over and come at me. You would have liked it, Fama. You would have liked it. I had it facing me, and a gust of wind pushed it at me, pushed the phone over. I caught the phone and got all sweary. Maybe I squealed like a girl. I can't quite remember. I'm going to be interested to watch it back tomorrow and see whether I did squeal like a teenage girl. No, they're not biting. Sign of nature. German economy is being trashed and bonds gone skywards. Yeah, I'm not aware of the phenomena. Like I said, I'm out of touch. I haven't seen any news really about Germany since Merkel went. How long ago was that now? 3 years? Don't know. Seems like it's been a long time. I've got no clue. Left wing and right wing are labels. They're simply good and evil, right and wrong. There's a lot of people like the horseshoe theory, where you can go so far left that you're adjacent to the people that are so far right. It's almost like a revolution, almost like a circle. I don't know. I'm not a big political animal, or at least a party political animal. I think party politics kind of stinks. We should get a representative for our area, and that representative should represent us and put forward whatever we say they should put forward. Party politics subverts or diverts the political process in my humble opinion. Also, the fact that once an MP gets elected, have you seen the freebies that they get sent by these companies? There was one politician who decided to document all of the mystery gifts that just suddenly arrive at her doorstep, either at her own home or at a parliamentary office. She was getting like 5 boxes per day of 5 cardboard boxes full of this company sends her this and this company sends that, and have a free this and have an office for a holiday here. Fucking corruption or what? What is that? That shouldn't be allowed. Now, everything above a certain value is supposed to be entered in the members' interests book, but there is a lower threshold. You can receive stuff below that threshold and not what's the word? Not document it, not confess it. This green beetle thing's back again, or a different one. A little bit annoying. Kept flying into me. It was Friday night. Kept hitting me and landing on me. Don't know. Party politics, I'm not a fan. I think it should be scrapped. The whip, which is a payment so they get their MP's allowance, basically their wage, but then the Labour Party, if you're Labour, the Labour Party pay you extra to be in their gang, or the Tories pay you extra to be in their gang. It's called the whip, and if you don't do as you're told by the party, then they withdraw the whip. They dock your wages, basically. Why we can't just call it that, I've no fucking idea. But to my mind, that's party politics corrupting the process. My humble opinion, for what it's worth. It looks like no one's talking to me, but just in case, I'm going to go top chat and then back to live chat, because sometimes that stirs things up and makes things reappear. Yeah, look, there's more messages there. Chat just lost the plot and wasn't showing me the latest. Stink bug or leaf cutter bug. It doesn't smell, so I don't think it's that. It might be leaf cutter. Somebody yesterday said it was called a shield bug. It was Josie, wasn't it? Hold on. Gold beer, your high maintenance. Yeah, it was whatever the brand was, and then it was Oro. So there was the standard brew, and then they had the golden lager, a golden Estrella Galicia. I think I like Estrella. Okay, there was Farmer arriving with his hello Delta Force Mike. Hello everybody, everyone, everybody, everywhere. That's Farmer's usual introduction. I missed Clive and Scruff Dog last night because I had visitors. Okay, I'm back to mosquitoes biting, so I know where we are now. I did just jump to the bottom. I've got some back a bit more. I've got to work forward, make sure I don't miss anything. I saw one say, yeah, in the shade right now. Here we go, I'm back. In the shade right away when food totes or beers. Not quite sure. Stink bug or leaf cut, a left wing beer. You can't fly with only one wing or only one left wing. This is true. Beer, that's a good suggestion. I will take you up on the suggestion of beer. Cheers, folks, and to everyone who has hit that like button. Appreciate you. It's getting warm, that beer. And stale. The lamp and the racket. Yeah, I've got the lamp. I've got the racket of death and the lantern that likes to attack me every now and again as well. Between the two, I'm between a rock and a hard place kind of thing. Yeah. Here we go. Can't you stand home brew your own brand? I made ginger beer here once. There's videos on it. And then my tent split end to end. And so I drank 7 litres that weekend. I was so pissed off that was a Friday. That was like 5 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. And somewhere around lunchtime, I cracked open the ginger beer. And I don't know whether you'd say it was a ginger beer or a ginger wine. I did put a little bit of extra sugar in to give it some fizz again. I can't remember they have a word for that, don't they? Bottling or conditioning or something, that where you introduce a bit more sugar to make it fizzy again. I would imagine, from how I made it and the amount of sugar, I would imagine it would have been stronger than a normal British beer. But it was just made with bread yeast, so it couldn't go too strong. Maybe 5, maybe 6%, I don't know. It tasted all right. It was proper, you know, it was gingery, it was fizzy, definitely alcohol. Don't like to use the word really, but definitely had alcohol in it. And I drank the 8 litres over the Friday and Saturday. I don't think there would have been any left on the Sunday. You'd have to go back and watch those videos. I had that in the tent for about 3 months by the time I drank it. I'd already had one. I made 2 8-litre bottles. One had already gone slowly over the course of weeks. But then that one weekend after my tent literally ripped end to end in one second. Gone. 5 in the morning during a storm. Not fun. I'll tell you that. Not fun. Didn't have tarps at the time either. Didn't have any spare tarps. Not for about another week. And then a friend, I acquired a tarp. I can't remember how. Must have been donated by someone. And then a friend came round and helped me put it over the tent. 1 week or 2 weeks after the initial split. It was summer, so apart from the storm that was happening there and then when it happened, I was okay for the next couple of weeks. There was no major rush to actually put a fucking roof over my head, even fabric. I don't know. What are you gonna do? Strange Brew, love that movie. Don't know what you're talking about, Farmer. Most politicians are bought and paid for, totally corrupt. I think that's probably true. Sugar equals alcohol. Sugar plus yeast will certainly get you something with alcohol in it. And carbon dioxide as part of their output. Alcohol is their urine, is the yeast. That's one of their outputs, and carbon dioxide is their other. But the carbon dioxide kills the yeast after a while. They don't like being in too high a carbon dioxide environment. So you have to nurture them in terms of heat, oxygen, carbon dioxide. It's a complicated balancing process. Bread yeast is never going to go much above 5 or maybe 6%. There are other yeasts and brewer's yeast and things that will go up to maybe 12, maybe 14 at a push, some of them. Beyond that, you have to distill to get stronger, is my understanding. It's not a field of expertise, just what I've seen. Farmer and he's roasting the meats there. I don't know what's going on there. Strange brew, strange. Maybe you meant strong brew, I don't know. Can't you start home brew? I think I'm up to date, unless it's done this thing. Okay, Lucy Connolly. Okay, very political over here. Raising the flags. Yeah, I've seen the raising the flags thing. I fully support. How can they make the argument that flags on lampposts are a danger to the pedestrians and a danger to road users? The councils have not been complaining about the Palestinian flags and the LGBT flags There's a big I don't know if you've heard this, folks. There's a movement at the minute by certain elements within LGBT to separate the LGB from the T. A lot of the LGB people think the T people don't speak for them. That their causes are totally different. The lesbian and gay rights, lesbian, gay, bisexual rights is a done deal. They're happy with where they're at. They don't need to push for anything more. But the trans argument and the trans thing doesn't align with them. And there's a move to not be LGBTQS2 LMNOP. I don't know what the other letters are. But there's a movement afoot amongst, if you could say, more conservative LGBT, less liberal LGBT, however you would put the people in the mid-ground, the people who don't, the people who aren't too extreme, you know, the ones that don't want to keep arguing and pushing the envelope further and further. You wanted acceptance, you wanted it decriminalising, which you got in the 60s. Then you wanted gay marriage, you've got gay marriage. Where else do you want? You're allowed to adopt and do all that. What else do you want? Where else do you want to take it? There is no, you've got what you wanted, mission accomplished. Stop pushing the envelope, is what some are saying. So the LGB and the T might, I don't know. I mean, it's not my community. It's not my place to say. I'm allowed an opinion, but I think that seems quite reasonable. I'll catch up. I'll watch them. I'll watch Clive and Scruff Dog on the repeats. I will catch up with it, just in case there's anything. I know they're just hangouts, but Clive does like to introduce some electronics and play about and mess about. Scruffing his fucking engine. It's time we got rid of that shit. Sick to the back teeth of that mini car engine thing, but that's not really Saturday night. That's his Wednesday thing. Most politicians bought and paid for totally corrupt. You are probably correct. You are probably correct, Oscar. Very political. Okay, Lucy Connolly, she got that out of prison, but now she's going to be a spokesperson for whichever party she ends up siding with. And the Tommy Robinson protest march on the 13th and all. Yeah, it's going to be very political, because if politicians from both sides, from the two main parties, when they're in power, have suppressed, not just ignored the public's wishes, actively worked to suppress, so you don't hear about certain stories, so that even the press have gone along, everybody's far right, parents protesting in the street wanting to protect that you're far right. I always voted Labour. I'm from out of Scargill country. In what fucking world am I far right? Now, nowadays, what they call the Overton window has shifted left, allegedly, which leaves me now possibly to the right of centre, because everything else moved so far left and I stayed where I was. I may be right of centre, certainly on some issues, but on things like welfare state, healthcare, nursing and the NHS, and I'm very much left still. I want a welfare state. I want a fully funded NHS. I don't want harsh cutbacks all the time. But I want the boat people gone. I certainly want them to stop arriving. I want the invasion to stop. And I think we have to reverse the invasion and get rid of at least 500,000. And we have to stop sneaking all those Afghan ones in without telling anybody. Like the government, they didn't arrive by boats, they've been flown in. What the fuck? When there's a crime and the police are appealing for help, but don't give a description of the fucking wanted suspect, because they're oh yeah, no, there was another rape, and yeah, we're looking for somebody in connection. Tell us, give us a description. I'm gonna bet black hair, brown eyes, tanned skin. If you wanted a description, that would. If you haven't shown me a video of a white man leaving the scene, you know, if you haven't shown me a video or a picture of a white guy, they do that now. It's an actual picture of the white guy when it is a white guy. But if they don't show you a picture of a white guy, then you know who it's the Welsh choir boy. You know it, I know it, we all know it. The media know that we know it, but they join in the game on the government side, trying to disguise it. I'm ranting and sounding far right. I'm an Arthur Scargill guy. Or was. I don't know in what way I can be far right. The world, Lucy Connolly possibly should have been arrested and investigated. Probably should have been let go with like a 50 quid fine or something. Yes, she did wrong. Yes, she admits she did wrong. She deleted it fairly quickly. I'm not sure of I hear different numbers of 2 hours and 5 hours and 8 hours. I hear different numbers for how quickly she deleted her that she accepts was a bad post. 50 quid fine, 100 quid, 200, 250. Any more than that would have been crazy. 3 years in prison for words. What the fuck are you talking about? Great. Okay, she's been let out after a third of it or whatever it is. Crazy. And her legal advice, which I think must have been given by the prosecution or the police, never take legal advice from your opponent. What the fuck is that about? That should be illegal. Whoever was giving her advice, if she had a state paid for her, like a public defender, whatever the word is nowadays for such things, that person wants firing, because they walked her into a fucking trap. That person wants shooting. It's not a call for violence, figuratively. Or in Minecraft, maybe. Don't know. I get that. I can see why there's civil unrest. I can see why things are looking bad. Yeah, I'm ranting. Strange Brew with Rick Moranis and Dave Thompson. Never heard of it. They did great. White North on SCTV. Two beer chugging Canadians. Bob and Doug McKenzie. Kuluku Coco. I don't know what that last part means. You nearly got it right. It's LG. I thought it was HGV. Most of them look like they're... No, shut up. For any Americans or Canadians, HGV is heavy goods vehicle. It's like your commercial driving license or whatever your equivalents are in your country. Do you bend right or left? I dress to the right and swing to the left if you're a tailor. I answered that question wrong when I was having a suit fitted once, because I didn't fully understand the question. The ball bag is on the right, and the meat is off to the left. So he asked, which way do you dress? I said left. The one who was measuring me took one look and fucking shook his head. I didn't understand the question fully. Are you asking about the meat or the two veg? Very political. There's the thing about the was it a film or a TV series? Strange Brew, Rick Moranis, chugging Canadians. What was the Canadian comedy that I saw? It's about a guy who's like the toughest fighter, and basically people would queue up to fight him. I think the TV show is named after the family. I liked it, but I can't remember what it's called. But we have got Canucks in the house who will be able, from that bad description, somebody will be able to tell me what that TV show was called, because I only saw the first season. we would say first series in Britain. There are probably more that I could watch, but I don't remember what it's called, so I can't find it. Starmer calls them choir boys. That was ridiculous. For anyone not from Britain, we had a guy run riots stabbing little girls like age 6 to 8 or thereabouts in a dance school, a dance class. They were having what's the name of the girl singer that's popular at the minute? I can't remember her name. She looks like a bloke to me, but blonde, shagging an American football player, a gridiron player. Can't remember her name. Anyway, they're having a dance party themed on this, and this black guy just walks in and starts stabbing the teachers and the girls, and 3 little girls die. And the description went out from the police and the press after the event, after the murders, that the suspect was a Welsh guy a former choir boy. Now, if you don't know Wales is a very, very rural area, almost 100% white. This bloke, black as the fucking ace of spades, with the black Einstein hair. He's got the full lollipop thing going on. Looks wild-eyed and crazy. And Britain erupted because this guy was clearly a fucking Islamic terrorist. And our government and press told us, no, calm down. No, you've got it wrong. Riots in the streets. And no, you've got it wrong. People that burn the asylum seekers, burn the hotels, burn the hostels. This was a big deal. And this is what got people locked up for 3 years for saying the wrong thing. In anger, in haste, in hate. And then they calmed us all down by telling us you've got it wrong. He's not a Muslim, he's not Islamic, it's not terrorism, it's a Welsh choir boy. Fucking black bright. Wales is white. There's no black, hardly. He's like the only one in the village. Little Britain reference. The only one in the village. They gaslit us. They told us, no, he's not a Muslim terrorist. When it comes to trial a year later, oh yeah, no, he's got lots of Islamic papers and terrorist documents. Then why the fuck did you lie to us and tell us, no, he's not a Muslim terrorist? He fucking was. He was radicalized. He had all the paperwork. He had all the jihad. And he went off and he stabbed. He had no connection with this dance studio. He just went and stabbed a bunch of little girls and their teachers. And our government lied and said, Welsh choir boy. It's the most fucking bizarre thing ever. Those riots should have carried on for another. Those riots should still be fucking happening. And we're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost at rivers of blood. We're almost at rivers of blood. And it'll be us doing it, not them. We've had enough of them doing it. Walking through the streets with fucking machetes. Stabbing little fucking 6-year-old girls. We've had enough. We're almost at Enoch Powell's 50s and 60s politician, if you're a fan. He saw all this happening. He predicted it 60, 70 years ago. Saw it happening, got branded as racist and forced out of government. He's right, and we're almost there. If the government don't start listening to the people and doing what the people say they want, and for the last 10 years at least, we've had governments ignoring us, lying to us, misreporting. We've had the press in the pockets of the government joining in with the lies. Welsh fucking choir boy. If he's a Welsh choir boy, I'm a fucking Chinaman. As we used to say when I was a kid, but you're probably not allowed to say that now because that's racist. I'm now right wing. Racist, sexist, homophobe. I'm all the phobes and all the ists. The latest pride flag, that's the one that's got the arrow on the left, and if you arrange 4 of them in a certain way, you get something swastika-like. The only gay in the village was indeed it's a pun on a well, it's a sketch from Little Britain, a British TV series that Elton John has played along with and gone along with and done a cameo, and yeah. Canooks, what's that about? Indeed. But did you get the name of the TV series I was referencing? The pride flag, 6 new colours added, but no one seems to ask the general public or even the LGB. It's all driven by the T, and now asexual is classed as, so the asexuals and the, what's the word they use for the incels? Asexual, incel, you've got all sorts of other asexual, pansexual, I don't fucking know what half of these things are. They don't know what half of these things are. Half of them are made up. Has the Apache helicopter crew joined in yet? Where are they? Don't forget Nazi. Yeah, I've been called all of that. Blaze, hello. I think that's the first I've seen of you here tonight. I'm working backwards. Okay, yeah, we've had enough. Yeah, this is the general sentiment, is that when your media isn't representing you, when your government are pretending that you're a minority, when you're the vast fucking majority, the rapes, the sex assault, we've all had enough. When they do this gaslighting thing, don't forget most rapists are white. Well, of course they are. 90% of the fucking population are white, but only 70% of the rapists. We're underrepresented in sex crimes because we're the good guys. The other guys, the Afghans, that are 20 times more likely on average because they're 0.01% of the population, but they're 5% of the rapists. It's a maths thing. These things can both be true. They're massively overrepresented in the figures, but yes, whites are still the most rapists because we're almost 100% of the population. Of course we're going to be most of the rapists. We're most of the burglars. We're most of the everything. Because we're the most. It's our fucking country. Of course we're the most. I'm shouting. My neighbours are probably going to be reporting me at the fucking police. Tina, quiet. I'm ranting, folks. I get angry about this stuff. I said I wasn't going to do politics and talk about our culturally enriching friends. Let me have a coffee. I got another one of those bugs on my cup. Let's have a drink. Hotter than I was expecting. I made this at 10. It's so hot it just went down the wrong way. I'm just trying to see if Tina's got any water left in her bowl. She has got a bit. I'll have to put some more in soon. Tell me when it's all gone, Tina girl. For anybody who's come along late, well, I'm going to do 2 things. First, I'm going to check my battery power. I'm on about 45%. I haven't got the wire plugged in, but I'm going to reverse the camera. No, sorry guys. Reverse the camera, turn the light on, and then you can see my girl. Here's my bum shuffling girl. Back legs don't really work anymore. She bum shuffles. We got a Rolls Royce this week, and it's off with a lady being customised. Some engineering works. Chat is jumping up and down like buggery, so it's going to be difficult for me to get back to where I was and follow. Now, to anybody out there that is gay, lesbian, bi, I'm not against you. I'm with you. The trans, I've never met one. I don't know. I don't believe they're real in any significant numbers. I said what I think. Disagree with me, unsubscribe, fuck off, whatever. You don't have to. I'm not against you. I think it's a mental illness. The leading professor in the field, who died last year, I think, or the year before, also thinks it's a mental illness. You may disagree. That's okay. Go and form your own YouTube channel and tell the world what you think. I'm saying what I think. I don't think it's a real thing. I don't think children should be stopping puberty. I don't think that anybody under 18, I actually don't think anyone under 25 should be getting surgery to chop their nads off or chop their boobs off. Once you're matured, we can argue about whether it's 18, 21, 25. I personally don't think 18's old enough. But that's me, that's my personal opinion, that's what I think. We can debate it, we can discuss it, you can disagree, or you can tell me I'm a wanker and tell me to fuck off. You know, free speech and all that. This is my free speech. I don't want police knocking at my door because of my words. I'm in Spain, so it's going to be less likely. But when I come back to the UK, this will all probably get held against me at some fucking interview at border control or something. You've been a naughty boy, you said the wrong words. So a video, was it yesterday or was it this morning? A reporter got a phone call from the police telling him, I'm halfway through watching your video, it's going to have to... He started off with an absolute, it's got to come down. But I'm a journalist and this is my job. Copper backtracks a little bit. Well, I'm telling you that it's out there, and if it causes offence, and if somebody reports that they're offended, then you may be committing an offence. And basically the cop kind of backtracks from, right, well, I've told you, and now I'm off. He went from, it must come down, to, it might have to, if it causes offence, to, well, I've given you where we're at, and bye now. And the guy tried to report that 100 people have called him Nazis, and he's offended by that, and he wants those 100 people investigating. Oh, the cop couldn't get out of there fucking fast enough. As soon as you say I've got 100 more calls for you to make. Out of there, gone. Didn't ask for names, didn't take a proper report. That's dereliction of duty in my book. Someone's just reported 100 crimes to you. You should at least be asking for details. That's dereliction of duty. Surely. Unless we've got two-tier policing somehow. What do I know? Let me work back to... Sick of hearing the term, the Brits are waking up, the majority aren't asleep. No, we've just been ignored by the press and politicians. Yeah, that... I was hearing these sentiments in the pub in the UK before I left. And that's 9 fucking years ago. Now, we might not have been talking as much about boat arrivals. I don't quite remember the timeline. When did that kick off? When did that escalate? It's been a political talking point for quite a fucking while. I'm just not sure on the exact. But I remember the guys down the pub. See, when I left the country, we were in the lead to the Brexit talks, which was all at the Brexit vote. The what's the word I'm looking for? Vote's the wrong word. Referendum. Fuck, I got there. The Brexit referendum. It is a vote, but yeah, it's not legally binding like a proper real vote should be. It's discretionary, or whatever the word was, advisory. But taking back border control was a big part of the Brexit conversation. So that must have been about migrants and boats and things even then. It could also just have been about not being able to stop people coming over from Poland or wherever was the country of choice at the time. We did have a lot of Poles and shops. They were starting to open up Polish shops and things. I seem to remember. So it could have been more about EU borderless travel, and it could have been more about that than boat arrivals, boat people. I'm not sure. I don't remember the timeline, folks. But it was a big thing. But yeah, you're right. We're not waking up. With the conversation's been going on for ages. Nice wheels, definitely for Tina. Yeah. Oh, which way did that just jump? I'm going to go at the bottom and then work back. Geez, every inch is precious. I don't know what that's about. Your Welsh choir boy had been reported. Yeah, he was under like MI5 investigation already. He was in the list and had been lost track of or whatever. Yeah. That's crazy. You run away, mate. This is the problem over here. Sheeple, yeah, people roll out, they comply. Yeah, you're right about the pandemic stroke scandemic and how the early signs of suppressing free speech were there. The department within Twitter that was built to liaise with governments and was given a list of keywords not to block but to just suppress, and a list of people not to block, just to suppress, a list of topics to promote. Yeah, things changed when Elon bought Twitter and then released those files and then sacked the censoring department, whatever the fuck they're called, the moderation department. They would call themselves moderators rather than censors. But yeah, there was a big thing there of suppressing people, telling people the science is settled. You may not discuss it anymore. I am the science. Fuck off, Fauci, you cunt. Yeah, did it jump? Have I jumped backwards loads? There was Blaze arriving, or at least making his or her presence felt. Video of man on bus. He was standing across from another man, I think. He asked if he was Muslim. He said no, and he slashed his throat 1 millimeter from the jugular. Clear video, you can see the blood. Yeah, there's only certain groups that are running around with big knives and yeah. Oh, I will watch this back tomorrow, folks. I tried the clear cache thing that people were recommending. I tried it, and for the first hour of the video, it didn't jump around too much. Now it's just hopping around. I'm trying to fill the gaps and work my way back, and then work my way forward. But it jumps so far back, and then it jumps so far forward. I may miss comments in the middle, but there's Oscar and his scandemic. Every inch is precious. You said no politics, don't bring Wales into it, still got normal life here. Well, apart from your choir boy. He was one of yours? Or do you not claim him? The government and the press all told me he was a Welsh choir boy. He looks just like every Welshman I've ever... When I think of J.P.R. Williams, was he called, and Gareth Edwards, all the great rugby players, your Welsh choir boy, he looks just like them. If you had a lineup, I couldn't tell them apart. Fuck. Where are Wales in rugby at the minute? Are you wooden spoon contenders? I've got no idea. Starmer brought Wales into it. Maybe. You said no politics. Yeah, I don't want to dwell too much on politics. I have gone off on a little rant there because it is topical. It's going to be in the news over the next month. Well, over the next few months. I was asked my opinion on something. I gave my opinion. I'm now going to move on, if we can, to some other topic. Maybe I will ask somebody out there who's just dropped in to maybe hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. If you disagree vehemently with my politics, happy to discuss it at some point. Maybe not. Maybe no more tonight. We can do it in chat, in comments, or chat. Not chat. In comments after the stream over the next few days. You can tell me how strongly you disagree. You can tell me I'm a Nazi. You can do all of the above. You can tell me I'm a homophobe. I'm not. I had a lot of. I have a lot of gay friends. I've had black friends. Not too many, because not too many outright black people in the Lancaster Morecambe area. Asians, Indians and Pakistanis. I was in college with Indians and Pakistanis. That's all I'm going to say. My mate Imchaz that I was at college with, him and his family run I don't know if they still do, but they ran an Indian restaurant, Moguls in Lancaster, and then he became a bank manager. He was the last person I would have suspected of being in line for management in a bank, but there you go. If you're out there, Imchaz, hello my friend. Can I have a little bit of crisp? Just a little bit so it doesn't take me too long to eat it. I'm going to give my girl a little bit. She can have a big one, can't she? She's not on camera. She doesn't matter. It doesn't... Here you go, babe. There you go. That's nice. Ham flavoured, if anybody's asking, if you weren't here earlier when I said about them. I said it's been almost... Yesterday was my first bag of crisps this year, I think. I might be wrong. If you look back at some of my received with thanks kind of videos, I don't remember having a bag of crisps this year. It's always possible I did. But yesterday, Ryan Vitruvium, however he spells it or pronounces it, came down and opened a bag of crisps. We had a few beers and a meal, a bolognese. And then before he arrived, a bloke called Cliff came into the field and dropped off a bag of stuff that included 2 bags of crisps. So I'm enjoying a few crisps while I talk with you wonderful people. Apologies, I am at the bottom. I am on the latest. I'm on the latest chats now. Apologies if I've missed Richard Burton, yeah, and from the same village, Anthony Hopkins. Is it the same village? Is it Port Talbot? No, it's not Port Talbot. It's the one with the model village that was used for the prisoner. Is it Port Talbot? Port something or other. Maybe. I got no fucking clue. I had a friend, the lady who made my wedding cake, is from the same town, same village. Is it a town? Is it a village? I don't know. It could be a city for all I know. Stanley brought Wales into it. I think I'm up to date. I don't know who or what I've missed. I will watch this back in the next day or 3 and fill in any gaps. Okay. Films are crap today compared to the 20th century. Because woke, girl boss. What's the word for? We talked about this the other night, didn't we? About Rey in Star Wars being a Mary Sue. The girl who can do no wrong, picks up a lightsaber for the first time and fends off a fucking Sith master. Guy who's trained all his life in the Force and turned to the dark side. The modern day Darth Vader, basically. Darth Vader's grandson. She picks up a lightsaber for the first time and she's better than everybody. She holds her own despite 0 training on day 1 of picking up the sword. She can fly the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo or Chewbacca. She can repair it better than Han Solo or Chewbacca. Because she grew up in a scrapyard with no parents? Question mark? How How does any of that make any fucking sense? And you see it in so many films. The 5 foot tall girl that weighs fucking 70 pounds wet through, 5 stone, 6 I don't know, make up your fucking numbers, takes on a 20 stone fucking bodybuilder who's a trained assassin, and she wins because girl boss, because Mary Sue. It's ruined entertainment. It's once somebody points it out to you, it's everywhere. The boy's own adventure, the hero's journey. Something happens to family, parents get killed, you have to go off. You want revenge against the bad guys, or the bad guys are still after you and you're forced into a fight against them. You get some training, you lose, you get your ass kicked, you end up half dead and have to recover, and you have to learn lessons. You get it wrong, like the Karate Kid when he started beating people up once he learned how to do karate. He had fights that he shouldn't have had and hurt people he shouldn't have hurt. You get it wrong. And then you learn and you get taught and you master your emotions and your feelings, and then you go and have the big battle with the big boss at the end of the story. And success, and you defeat the bad guy. That's gone. Girl is put in a situation. Girl does no wrong. Girl never learns from any mistakes because she never makes a mistake. Girl is perfect. Girl fights arch-villain. Girl wins. Where was the fucking story? She maybe cried at some point. Sat around here's the other one. They sit around in the cafeteria discussing their feelings. Where's the fucking story? Watch modern day Star Trek. Star Trek Discovery onwards. Strange New Worlds, all the rest. The amount of time they sit around in the canteen discussing feelings, the amount of time they're discussing emotions and disobeying the chain of command. These are pseudo-military vessels. Captain says do, you do. You don't debate it and say, I feel that maybe, perhaps, that's... Fuck off. Captain said do, do. Unless you're the second in command and get to advise him in some way that he might be making a mistake, do what you're fucking told. Chain of command. Stop sitting in the canteen discussing your feelings. The fuck are you doing? You're on a fucking starship going into war. Stop it. Once these things have been pointed out, how much they sit around crying, discussing feelings, sitting in the canteen, girl bossing, girl can do no wrong. You will never watch TV the same again once it's been pointed out. And most people have seen it, noticed it, been told about it. You watch someone like The Critical Drinker. Kebab was amazing. Okay, what it was, this kebab on a skewer, or is this in pita, or what kind of kebab did we go with? There's different types of kebab, isn't there? Or for Americans and Canadians, kebab for some reason. Someone explain that. Why is it a kebab with a fucking O? Educate me. Educate me, please. I got these 2 people stood in the doorway of their apartment upstairs, looking down at me. I can tell they're looking at me. Earlier in the day, they were photographing me. So I can expect a visit from the police any day now again, can't I? It's one of the 3 apartments that possibly, way back when I first got here, reported me on Facebook. Oh, look at what's in the field opposite us. How do we get rid of him? And everybody got onto them and said, stop being a cunt, he's a nice guy, go and help him. That's what they were. I'm not sure which of the 3 apartments it was, but this is one of the 3, and they were out and out with the phone taking pictures or video when me and Joby were sat here earlier. I did like that though. When they posted on Facebook, how do we get rid of this scum? Oh, he's a really nice guy. Perhaps you can go and help him. That was before I became a Nazi. This is my canteen. Chicken with garlic sauce and salad. Yeah, but was it in bread? You can have pita. You can have just a wrap, or you can have not a taco shell, but or you can just have the skewers and yeah, miserable neighbours in a wrap. Okay. Kebab. Hold on, it jumped. Sour cream and onion, or salt with vinegar or barbecue. Okay, that's Farmer asking. Films are crap. Sour cream and onion or salt. That was the question. Women beating up muscle-bound men. Yeah. Oh yeah, and not okay. Non-whites in front. There's the other thing, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Vikings were black. Anglo-Saxons were black. And Berlin was black. Everybody was black. I posted, somebody was saying something about, and I posted again, that was a fast show, wasn't it? Where he's drawing a lovely a panorama, he's drawing a landscape. Look at the sky. Aren't those clouds? Those clouds are, you don't know that, look at the lovely greens and look at the yellows. It's almost mustard coloured, that tree. Look at the sky. Oh, look at that cloud. That cloud's dark. Almost. Black. And then he goes off and pushes the easel over and draws lines and smashes everything up. That goes right back to what, the mid-90s, the fast show, I think. Black. Everything's black. Black is your cold hat. I like the fast show. That was revolutionary. Got straight to the punchline. There was very little build-up to their gags. It was just here's the punch, hence the name, fast show. Everything was everything was a punchline. There was very little in the way of build-up. Anyway, where am I? Currency, souvlaki or a pit. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Tzatziki. Yeah, you've gone off on one there. I know you're a foodie, Farmer, but most people probably don't know what any of that is. Whoa, another one of those green fucking beetle things. In a wrap. Miserable neighbours, yeah. Kebab is how you say it. Like, it's not, it's a kebab. Kebab. Now, Americans have got a strange thing of pronouncing A as O, and then they start spelling it that way, and it all goes to shit. I'm waiting for international incident from this comment. Yeah, because we don't say kebab. It is a kebab, and it's spelt with an A in Europe. And it's a fucking European thing, isn't it? Turkey and Greece, I would hazard a guess. You might be able to argue Cyprus if you want to start a proper international incident. You have to call in United Nations peacekeepers with their blue berets if you mention Cyprus, though. British air bases and listening posts and spy stations. Don't mention Cyprus. Not enjoying the beer, to be honest. It's too warm. The beer's too warm. I mean, here's quite warm, but the beer, once it gets warm, it's got an acrid aftertaste. I guess that makes me drink it more slowly. Slows me down a bit, maybe. But yeah. Okay, folks, where are we? Miserable neighbours in a wrap. Yeah. Hubby had garlic and chilli in the pita. Okay. Oh, you've got green insect creatures attacking you. I do indeed. Oh, attacking my beer. Watch out for the lamp and the racket of death. Turkey did the first kebab. It was one. It was once one of the questions in the quiz. Okay. That whole region. I mean, they're all next door to each other, aren't they? And at the end of the First World War, Turkey were on the wrong side. They owned Cyprus. Greece invaded and stole, was it the top half or the bottom half? Can't remember. The geography of Cyprus is a bit of a mystery. But it was, yeah, after they surrendered, after Turkey surrendered at the end of the First World War because they were on the wrong side. The others took their opportunity, and now it's split half and half with a big demilitarized zone in the middle. Also, what is the longest river in the world? That's probably one of the Chinese ones, the yellow or Yangtze, maybe? Or Amazon, maybe. Oh fuck, I'm off on one now. The Amazon has the most water. Longest is probably the Chinese one of the Chinese ones. Karen will tell me how wrong I am. I don't know. I could Google it over on the other device, couldn't I? That's what we said, but apparently you see, but is the Nile one river? You've got the White Nile, the Blue Nile, the full Nile. Are you counting tributaries? I would have said, I can't remember the name. It's either yellow or Yangtze or something. It's not Yangzhong or something. Now I'm just spitting out racist sounding Chinese words. Well, not even real words, but I might as well just go ching chong, hadn't I, at this point? Yangtze or Amazon or Nile, yeah, but which? Pub quizzes are always up for fucking debate. There's always a wrong answer or a personal preference of the quizmaster. What does Google say? Let's whatever the Google AI thing's called. Because now when you do a search, you don't get websites. You just get Google's AI's version of a. Google says Nile. From its source in Lake Victoria to its mouth in the Mediterranean. Nile, Amazon, Yangtze, and then yellow. We mentioned them all there, didn't we? But you've always got that argument about where does it start? Are you just following a tributary and classing it as part of the overall river? We got them all there. Yellow, Yangtze, Amazon, Nile. Nobody mentioned Parana. Parana. Or Congo. Mekong. Those are all... Irtish? That's a new one. It's not a new river, it's new on me. I've never heard of that one. I'm guessing the quizmaster used Google. If we ask a different AI, do we get a different answer? We said black man's wheels. What? What is the closest football stadium to the River Mersey? I've got two in mind, but it's probably a trick question, and therefore I'm going to say Accrington Stanley. Who are they? If you don't drink your milk, my dad says you'll end up playing for Accrington Stanley. Accrington Stanley? Who are they? There's one for the older folks. You've probably got to be over 50 to have ever heard of that. I would have gone. I mean, the obvious guesses are either Goodison. Do Everton still play at Goodison? Goodison or Anfield? Oh, did Anfield? They're still at Anfield, aren't they? They were going to have a joint statement at one time in Stanley Park. Is it called Stanley Park? The park in between the two? I think it was. Who was Stanley? Is it Dr. Livingstone, I presume? Is it that Stanley? Who's the Stanley of Stanley Park in Liverpool? I'm guessing it's Dr. Livingstone, I presume. The explorer and yeah, whatever. But I don't know. Let me just scroll back, see what I've missed. Bavarian Motorworks, BMW, I know that one. Bavarian Motorworks for BMW. Can't be China, they have weavers, sorry. Okay. What is the closest? Oh, Blackman's Wheels, BMW. Okay, that was what that was. It's not a bad guess. I knew it was Bavarian Motorworks, so. Stockport County, Edgeley Park. Now you know. Now you know. Stockport. My glasses are steamed up a bit. You still here, babe? Okay, yeah, you're still here. Hello, you. No, you can. I thought you were asleep. You're okay. Hello, you. Auntie Karen on the phone, talking with Auntie Karen. Yeah. That's clearer on one eye and more smeary on the other. You can't fucking win. Nothing's ever dry. The t-shirt is damp. The more you know, indeed. Farmer's a Canadian, so he won't know any of this stuff. Football clubs, rivers in Britain, Mersey, etc. Oh, everybody knows ferry across the Mersey, probably, from the Jerry and the Pacemakers. Probably. I'm still eating my crisps, folks. I'm trying not to put anything too big in and take too long to come back to you, but tennis racket is still fizzing. Okay, it's got one of those green things in it. I hope it's killed it quickly. But it hasn't burnt it to a crisp or anything, it's just wedged there. Don't want to cause needless suffering, you know. Zap, dead. Burst into flames, go away. But to just sit there trapped in the metal, I'm not sure. I hope it's dead. Well, you know what I mean. I hope it hasn't suffered, is what I mean. I really did not enjoy that. I really did not enjoy that. I enjoyed the first half of the can. It's just too warm. What temperature is it here now? It's crazy warm. I said that yesterday, overnight, the temperature fell to 25. Just before dawn. It's 27 right now. It's going to fall to 26 before dawn. And then start climbing again straight after. Back up to... Okay, even worse, folks. It's 27, feels like 31 because of the humidity and whatever else. It's fucking 1 o'clock in the morning nearly. And it's gonna fall one more degree before before sunrise and then go fucking straight back up. Tomorrow will be 36 degrees. The tennis racket of death just went on the attack again. Fortunately not in my direction. Unfortunately for you guys, you get a close-up of me and my face while I resurrect it. Or re-erect it? Re-erect? Resurrect? Don't know. Stand it up. Let's go with that. Let's go while I stand it up. Tomorrow's going to be 36 fucking degrees. I thought we were past this rubbish. No, hold on. It says it's going to be 31 degrees, feels like 36. It just worded it badly. Humidity will make it feel like 36. It will only be a nice, pleasant 31. And tomorrow night will also only fall to 25. The whole week, 30, 31, 33. Okay, Thursday, 35. Probably feel like 40. The nights are starting to get cooler at the end of the week, down to 23 and 22. I wonder if we can break the cycle and not have one of these tropical nights. If we can drop below 20 one night, then I can declare summer over, because I'm fucking sick of it already. It felt like winter was setting in earlier. Fucking like Karen. Really? Because I'm boiling. Oh, when it got cloudy, when just before the sundown, it got a little bit cloudy, a little bit of rain. We had it spitting here. Me and Joby got we didn't have wet arms, but we had water landing on us, and it was feeling a little bit cooler for half an hour. Now the sky's clearing again, ready for tomorrow to be stupid hot. What did I say, 31 or 32, but feels like 36. It's better than 36 feeling like 40, I guess. It was cloudy, I was going to put my jeans on. What about the central heating, Karen? You could have put the central heating on. Get a thermos and a blanket. Fucking Karen, what do you like? You're not in England now. You're not supposed to feel cold now. Told you, Mike, the lamp is influencing the racket. Yeah, they're after me. They're ganging up on me. It's warmer now than it was at 7 p.m. Okay, possibly, yeah. Not Manchester United Stadium. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm just going back because I have missed some comments. I can see. The more you know, yeah. Okay, football grounds. I'm back. As far as I know, I knew everything up. I knew everything up to there. There was Scotty 808 with the question about closest stadium to the Mersey. Okay, I think I'm. Unless someone tells me I've missed something important. Oh fuck! I've just thrown a crisp on the floor. Why would I do that? Give us a second, folks. 10-second rule applies. Oh. I am a tramp. I live in a field. It's a full crisp. It will take me a second. Ham on. Lovely. Farmer wears shorts until it drops below -5, which in Canada is probably this time next week, yeah? Now folks, what do I do here drinks wise? I've got options. I haven't got all my options here. I've still got a little bit of coffee here. I've got another can of beer. I just don't fancy it. I could go and get wine and cola. Or I could get brandy and cola if we want to really go for it. I don't know, that sounds a bit Do we remember this stream where I did get drunk and me and Chipmunk fell out? Me and Chippy fell out. We're good again now, but I don't think he hasn't been back much. He came back once. I haven't seen him for a while. I got drunk and we talked politics and he's left and I'm far right apparently. How could I have grown up being a fan of Arthur Scargill and now be far right? It amazes me. I'm shutting up with politics. We're not doing politics. Oh, it felt like winter, cloudy. Okay, I got those. It's going out, so no need for heating. Yeah, otherwise you would have. You've just got paint all. Are you still out? You're still out, yeah? Wine and cola, not the brandy. I'm under orders, you see. The boss lady has spoken. Tina, shush. I've got to go and get them, though. I don't... Tina, come I tell you, amigo mio. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. It's okay. Is it a person? Is it a dog? Is it an animal? What are we barking at? Mouse? Rat? Oh, boy, folks. Oh, you've got no idea. It just gave me that thing again where it wouldn't reconnect. It kicked me out, wouldn't reconnect. I've lost half the audience. I'm still here, folks. If you do find me, if you do come back, I am still here. Shorts until -5. It kicked me out. It gave me the reconnect and end stream, and it wouldn't reconnect. It would not. I had to close YouTube and then open a whole new instance of YouTube, and then it let me reconnect. So I didn't have to end the stream like I did last time. I hope you're all still here. I think I temporarily lost a good chunk of you. Paint all over your arm. I hope it's your arm and not your clothes. Wine and cola. Okay, we have wine and cola. I will go and get wine and cola, not the brandy. It's here, you're on. I'm good. Okay, still here. Yeah, the numbers are coming back. I might even be climbing slightly, actually. Seems this might be a restart. I managed. It wouldn't let me reconnect in that instance. I had to close YouTube altogether. Reconnect wasn't working. I had to close YouTube altogether, reopen YouTube. It didn't offer to let me back in. I had to go back into where streaming is set up, and then it said, "Do you want to resume?" And it did indeed let me in. So that's nice. I am, folks. I'm going to abandon you just for... Oh, this is going to be tricky because I need to take the light with me. Maybe. No, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you with the light. I'm going to go and grab my wine and cola, as the boss lady there, as Karen instructed. She says no brandy while I'm online. Where's my other light? Here it is. Just give me 30 seconds, folks. Probably, maybe. Take this light. That was less painful than I thought it was going to be. Okay, that's no good. Oh, fuck. You know what I did? I brought the wine, I brought the cola. I didn't bring the glass. I wasn't thinking. 30 seconds more, folks. Just bear with me. I will be right back with you any fucking minute. Eventually. Oh. I do apologise, folks. That was just a brain dead moment on my part. to fetch 2 parts of the drink, but not the receptacle that the drink is going to fit into. That was just stupidity by me. I'm gonna... No, Tina, no. I'm putting them away. Oh my God. One for Tina. Here. Two big ones for Tina. Here you go, babe. Here you go. Save that one for you. I'll fold the rest up. There is something here with a clip with the pasta and everything else. I'll put the dog clip thing on there. Okay. Crisps are away. Tina's last crisp. Here you go, babe. My girl. Yeah, you like that. Okay. Wine. Do bear with me, folks. This is all a little bit. I didn't have them last time. Friday I had these out here and then I didn't open them. I didn't use them. But how professional. Trained internet professional doesn't have his drinks out and ready. That's bad. Here we go. Oh, I have a rule. The first glass out of any new carton has to be had neat. It doesn't get the cola treatment. That goes back to the early days of trampdom, when I longed to have a drink. Well, not the early days of trampdom, but when I actually had money to buy a €1 carton. These cartons are roughly a euro. Actually, I don't know of this specific brand because Karen acquired it. But cheers, folks. Let me put my glass. Can you see my eyes are white, aren't they? I don't know. I guess ultraviolet glasses. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I'm so red. I sat with my back to the fucking sun all day. I don't know why am I a lobster? The fuck is this? How does that happen? Look how red my fucking nose is. I'm going to have blisters on there tomorrow. By the end of this week, I'm going to be peeling. Not appealing. I've never been appealing. But I'll be peeling. I sat with my back to the sun with the brolly over my shoulder. I never saw the fucking sun. I don't get it. Wine is from Consume. Yeah, but is it the expensive one? Is it like 150 or €2, or is it the 110 like I get from Mercadona? Like I used to get from Mercadona. Cheers for that, Fabrizio. I shall say the same for you someday, my friend. An inverted raccoon. Not an upside down one, just a negative. Oh! Or a fox. I am Zorro, maybe. I don't know. I'll shut up now before I say something accidentally racist. When I'm racist, I prefer to do it deliberately, not accidentally. Is that the police? It is. They're not coming here, are they? Oh, I was worried. They went along, and then they didn't come out the other side. I thought, oh fuck, they're going to be titting annoyed. He slowed down for some reason. I have hiccups again. He coughs. You've got to spell it with a hic and then cough. C-O-U-G-H. I'm a stickler for the old-fashioned spellings. He coughs. Sometimes our brains go for a walk, but forget to tell us. Yeah, this is why the hold on. Maoris or Aborigines? Which country goes walkabout? They go walkabout so that you can, your soul and your body are separated, and the idea is you go walkabout. That's going to be Australia, so that's going to be Aborigines rather than Maoris, isn't it? Maori is New Zealand, Aborigines Australia. But yeah, they go walkabout so that their body and soul can meet up again. Is the law, Lore. Cola and red wine. That's what this is. That well, it's what it would be. They do it in Spain as well. It's a thing. I don't know if it's got a name or not, but oh, gone again. Fucking thing. Oh, now the light's threatening to fucking pull over and come and get me. They're after me, Fabrizio. They're after me, mate. They're gonna get me. Between the tennis racket of death and the light that likes to jump down and knock my cans of beer over. Do you remember that night when it came at me 3 times, didn't it? 3 bloody times. Yeah, not good. I'm scrolling. Brandy's conducive to good rants, though, Karen said. Yeah, okay. It can be, can't it? That's mainly Clive rather than me. I opened a bottle of wine after I'd already had a couple of cans in the stream and let rip. Good rants, bad rants. Yeah, you decide. Cough. Evil lamp, told you, Mike. Lamp is sentient. Okay, I believe you. The rise of the lamps. It's not the rise of the machines. It's just the lamps. Lamps are gonna get you. Holding your breath doesn't work. Drink from the opposite side of the glass. However that's meant to. You know that one where I can't. You got to go for the other side of the glass and tip it upside down. Hold your breath. We'll surprise you. We'll all shout boo. Everybody type boo in uppercase. You got to type. you got to use the caps lock. You got to shout boo at Karen in chat. See if it can work. Boo! I can't type. There's no interface for me to type into. I just have to shout it. But everybody else, apologies to anybody who's got headphones on and just got that suddenly right loud, but it is what it is. I definitely got to trim this bloody beard this week. What? Oh, okay, the flags, they're in a different direction. The wind is now from the north rather than the east. At least on the road over there. Their flags have gone, so I can't check over there. They don't have any. Who knows? The wind was coming from the east before. Now it's north-ish. Quite strong as well, apparently. At top of lamppost height. Oh, look, folks. Hold on, let me show you. Oh, will it work? Oh, it's like that. You got a light. Is there a light? No, there's not a light on there. Oh no, you won't be able to. On that lamppost there, it's a danger to pedestrians and road users, folks. Look at that absolute danger to road users. Flag flying from a lamppost. What an absolute public safety hazard. Somebody call the British government. We've got an international incident, according to Queer Starmer and co. Politics, folks. I'm doing politics again. I do apologise. Nobody typed boo to Karen, or is my chat just not updated? I can't believe that none of you. 13 people out there and nobody typed boo. What kind of people are you? You've got a fellow chatter who is... Hold on, let me go top chat and then... And then back to live chat just in case. Nobody said boo. What the hell? You're not a supportive bunch. It's Karen, moderator on this channel, and you're not... I don't know. What do I have to do? It's jumping. I almost banned someone by accident again. Nobody said boo. I'm sorry, Karen. I said it, but nobody typed it. No. Boo to Karen. Or if you're going to cry about it, boo fucking who. You know I love you, really. Where's my bin? Over there. Earlier today, when I was finishing my drinks, I was throwing them towards my bin. The other side of the laundry basket, 4 out of 4. 4 in a row. Bang, bang, bang. Superstar. 2 of them ricocheted off the table. Basically, they missed, came off the backboard and into the bin. But in is in. 4 consecutive. I am the winner. Boom to you all, twats. Really lit up the road around you, Mike. I wonder if you go to the convenience when not on stream for ice. Are you losing the net? Twats, twits, twerks. What's your message? Okay. For ice. Where are we going with ice? I'm lost. I rarely get ice. If you're talking about ice for drinks, I rarely get ice. If you're meaning ice as in the American border control people, I'm not sure if that's where you... Let me go back and read it again in case I'm missing it. Really lit up the road around. You talk about when I did the close-up of the flags and it was lit up over there. The camera makes it look brighter over there than it actually is, if that's where you were going. I wonder if you go to the convenience when not on for ice. Do you mean go to the convenience store? Go to the shop for ice, maybe. Not sure. I'm not sure. Translation error, maybe, or maybe my brain fart. I stand for no shit. This is true. Oh, it's gone again. It's gone again. It shouldn't have blown over that way because that's not where it says the wind's coming from. Oh, it did just get windy. Oh, it just got windy. I haven't heard it go off in a while, so I'm gonna turn it off and lay it down. Like lay down before you fall down, kind of shenanigans. Like me the other day, I had to sit down before I fell down. I went all weak and wibbly. What day was that? Don't know what that was. I had a bad day for dizziness. That was new. And before you say, no, this was like lunchtime onwards, it wasn't, it's not what you're thinking. No, I had a day where I just felt unstable. I felt like I was going to faint. Might have been the day that was it the day you came around, Karen? Did I have to sit down before I fell down? Certainly later on when I went across to Sanja with a J, Sanja. I went across to hers while she was working on the wheels. Yeah, it was the same day that Karen had been, and I was all weak and wibbly. I literally had to sit down before I fall down, a couple of times. That's new. Never had that before. Never been one for being like a wimpy kind of... I think while Karen was here, I got up quick I tied Tina to the bush and stood up. And I maybe stood up too fast, but even that shouldn't knock me, but that's a lot of noise to move one person around. These electric scooters that everybody hates, you know, the ones you just stand on and that go, they move a single person around and sometimes two people around and make no fucking, you don't even know they're there. They might get in your way when you're in a car, but they're not fucking annoying like that. Hairdryer on fucking wheels, two-stroke engine probably at that fucking noise. It's like a fucking lawnmower, but worse, slower. Your average lawnmower probably moves faster than that did. It's a lot of noise to move one person from A to fucking B. At what, 1 o'clock in the morning, did we say? 1:15, yeah. That's a lot of noise. I'm not a fan. There isn't such a thing as a convenience store here. I've got the Chino Bazaar. They don't sell ice. They do cold drinks. The petrol station, the Repsol garage, does ice, I'm told, by Karen. But I think it's expensive. Like where the size bag of ice she bought the other day would have been €1 in the supermarket. I've got no idea what the petrol station charged, but I'm guessing it's 2 or 3 times what I would have paid. You buy anything from the petrol station. Now, the best things I've had I've never been inside, but I used to get their donuts quite regularly out of the bin. It's not as bad as it sounds. I used to get their donuts. There's a video of me having a plateful or 2 plates full of donuts back in the day. I haven't searched for them for a while. I might, now that Joby's here, I might have a look one night. They have every time they give out a receipt to a customer, they have a receipt of their own, but they don't do anything with them. They just put them in a bag and throw them away. And then they'll throw a bunch of donuts that they haven't sold at the end of the day. I assume some members of staff take them home or but sometimes there'll be 8, 9, 10 either donuts or meat pasties or sausage roll type things in this bag with the receipts. Now the receipts are clean, so you just dig the chocolate donuts out and the meat, you know, all the other types of pastries that are in there. Tramp food, folks. Tramp food. I've never stepped foot inside. I've stood outside and I had a gas bottle refill once. I've also had friends go and get me gas bottle refills since. Thank you, Karen. But like Karen and family, I guess. I've never stepped foot inside the actual garage, inside the actual petrol station, gas station, gasoline area, or whatever word you want to use. My understanding is that everything's expensive. They pretend to be a Starbucks. They pretend to be a bakery. It's a petrol station, you know. They're not baking shit. When we had a different design bin, I've had a lot of things out of there. One day I got 20 of these cold coffee cup things, like cold cappuccinos, refrigerated in a polystyrene with a lid. You know, you buy them and you've got like a month to drink them, so they're not real. I also one day got about 20 ice creams. Again, the stuff doesn't melt. It just warms into a foam and stays solid in the cup even when it's defrosted. It doesn't melt. It's not actual ice cream. It's a weird foamy mousse. Not antlers mousse pudding. like a custard than an ice cream. I had about 20 of those at the same time. I got a lot out, but these new bins are more difficult to get into. I used to be a bin diver back in the day, before my dog, back when my dog could still walk and we could go around the place and get things. Maybe one day again, who knows. Yeah, not a real convenience store. There isn't a proper. There's just a Chino Bazaar and the petrol station. I will bring you some frozen water. Thank you. That's always nice. Oh, it's jumped backwards again. How many frozen water do you want? 4 would be good if you can, yeah. That way they'll keep each other cold and won't defrost as fast. Yes, it was. I'll bring you some frozen water. Yes, it was. I don't know what the yes it was about. Expensive. Yeah, okay, I guess you're right. 3 times. Okay, yeah. I'm with you. I got you. Yeah. The garage, petrol stations around the world are always the most expensive place to buy anything, aren't they? If you can buy the same thing if you can buy the same thing in any other corner shop or convenience store, it'll be cheaper. It's even cheaper if you can buy it in a supermarket or grocery store, would be your North American word, I believe. I don't believe you use the term supermarket in North America. I try to be considerate to my multinational or international audience. Learn all their different words and convert from biscuit speak to cookie speak. Maybe. As somebody that some of us know might say. He'd certainly say biscuit speak anyway, or biscuit talk. Just realised I can fit a 6-litre bottle in the freezer. Don't overfill it and have it split. You got to leave some room for the water to expand when it freezes. But okay, whatever works for you. If you've got a 6-litre bottle that you can fill with tap water, don't be doing it with expensive shop bought water. It's got to be the cheapo tap water. Faucet water for some of you. Sink water, I've even heard, which sounds disgusting. Do not say sink water. That's an abomination of a term. That sounds like something that you're scooping up out of the sink. Tap water. If you don't use the term tap, faucet water, but never sink water. That's just wrong. Don't do that. Don't do that. We're about to hit 20 on the thumbs up, folks. If there's anybody out there that hasn't hit it so far, I'm not stupid, lol. I know you're not. I know. You're not stupid, but you might be drunk. I just thought I'd water sinks sometimes. Fresh water sinks below salt water. Maybe. Hold on. I think that's right. Which is more buoyant? Hold on. You sink more easily in plain water, in fresh water, than you do in. So salt water must be the thicker, the more dense. Salt water sinks fresh water on the top. I know they're going to mix eventually, but they'll form layers and bands at first, won't they? Salt water must be the more dense, because you float in it more easily. Maybe? Somebody thinks salt water sinks. Let's follow your reasoning. I'm going to say that a human body floats in salt water, whereas a human body will kind of sink in fresh water or not float as easily, which which must mean that the salt water is denser. And therefore the salt water will go at the bottom and the fresh water will go on top. That's my line of thinking. Yeah, salt water. Yeah, okay, salt water at the bottom, fresh on top. I think that's where we ended up. Yeah. I might have had it wrong initially, yeah. Yeah, I probably did. But I think we agree. If we can follow the logic, I think I got there. I can correct myself and acknowledge when I'm wrong. Like in 1979, I was wrong once. I thought Labour were going to win the election and Margaret Thatcher got in and stayed in for fucking forever. 11 or 12 years, wasn't it? All the way from before the 80s began to after the 80s finished, she was still fucking there. I thought that Jim Callaghan was going to win that one. I was only 10 at the time, so you know. My lefty, Arthur Scargill backing kind of nature. A lot of air in people. We float sometimes in the head as well. Is that you snoring? Or is there someone else here? Alright. You're there, I can just about see you. It must be you snoring, I don't see anybody else. I don't know. I do think it's funny when I take these off and I see the white band. I don't know why it's white here. Why would it be white here? It's got a, I didn't have the most of the day I probably had the glasses up on top of my head. So why the angle of the sun coming down and the brows creating a shadow? The recess around the eyes maybe. I thought I stayed. I said I thought I stayed out of the sun. I don't know how I ended up lobstered at all. 10 litres in the freezer. What the fuck are you doing? Okay. Excellent. A lot of air in people. There is. This is why in a swimming pool, or even more easily in the sea, one good deep breath, hold your breath, arch your back, and you'll just float. It's that. If ever you're stuck, you just practice that. Arch your back, shoulders back, you'll float. And you can even bring your legs up to the surface in a normal swimming pool, fresh water, or in the sea. It's even easier. And if you breathe out and in again quickly, you'll stay floated. You'll just stay on top, and you can do that almost indefinitely. You can even have like micro sleeps. You can even nod off for 30 seconds at a time and breathe in and out kind of in your sleep and stay afloat in the water. But it is easier. You are more buoyant in seawater than you are in fresh. Saltwater, seawater, brine, whatever you want to call it. You're more buoyant in that, so that must be denser. Must. 6 in 1 and 4 1 litres, excellent. In a bucket, no. I've spilt it over the sink. But was it sink water? Or was it tap water? To go back to like an original point from a while ago, I literally heard someone talk about sink water rather than tap water or some equivalent. They're like, oh, you drink sink water. Like, what the fuck is sink water? What? Tap water, obviously. The whole of Europe, water is drinkable, potable, whatever pronunciation you want to put on it, by law. Whole of Europe, or the whole of the EU at least, and Britain as well, because we were ex-EU, water has to be drinkable. The number of people in Spain that buy bottled water, Karen, and your tap water is entirely fucking drinkable. It just is. I'm allergic to sink water. Is Josie? Did Josie arrive? Hey, hello, Josie. Are we the only ones in chat? Nobody else is talking. We got Karen, Farmer, and Josie now. Everybody else has either gone into lurker mode. Give us a shout out, folks, if you're still here, other than the three obvious ones. If you're here, oops, I almost banned people by accident. Double clicking on a phone is dangerous. One of these settings will hide people, and I don't know where to go to bring them back. If I send you to the shadow realm, you're not technically banned from my channel, you're just hidden and nobody ever sees your posts, and I don't know where to go to undo it. My phone's down to 5% and about to die. Nobody reminded me to plug it back in after earlier. Lurkers, make yourself known. Yeah. Oscar's still here. Didn't you dip out? I thought you left. No? There was you and there was the other Oscar. We had multiple Oscars. We were fully Oscared at some point. We had multiple Oscars. It's just always nice. It's not confusing at all. There's a guy whose tag isn't Oscar who's called Oscar, and then there's one who is Oscar. No, you didn't leave. Okay, mate, fair enough. I must have, maybe I'm remembering a different day. Any more? It says there's 14 people here. Now I know you're a different 14 to the ones that were here earlier. Some of you have not hit that thumbs up button. Hence we're only on 20 this late in. How late in? 1:30. I started at 10:30. Did I start at 10:30? So 3 hours in. We're only 3 hours in, folks. If you keep going and keep talking and keep chatting, I'll keep going. As long as the alcohol lasts. I'm going to do a 24-hour stream one day. Oh, look at this. The wind picks up now. Now that I've plugged the power in, I can't put the magic sponge over the microphone to keep the wind out. Fiona, I'm up late making candles for a market I'm selling at next month. Nice. Candle making. Start with a wick, dip it into a molten wax, pull it out, let it dry for what, half an hour or an hour, and then dip it back in. Meanwhile, you're dipping other. You've probably got like a coat hanger with lots of wicks coming down. Dip it, dry it, dip it, dry it. Where did I see that at? Ironbridge. I went to Ironbridge as a kid. At the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. We saw candle makers. I want to say chandelier. No, it is, isn't it? It's a word like that. Correct me, Fiona. Chandelier, candle maker is a simplification of a better word. I'm going to go with chandelier for a candle maker. I know we have butcher, baker, candlestick maker. I know that's a phrase. But there are better words. There are posher. I always go for the posher, longer, older words when I can. I'm just that kind of person, folks. Yo, moonwalk. I didn't see moonhawk. Sorry, forgive me. Lurking. Moonhawk is here and lurking. Do I have a... Hold on, let me consult my list. I have a list of some people. It's not all-encompassing. But it is a list. full handlers' names. Hold on. Oh, I do apologise. You're not in here. You're not in here. Give us a clue, Moonhawk. Real name. If you're comfortable to be given a real name rather than just your handle. Tell me to fuck off if you just want to stay as Moonhawk. That's okay. I'm easy either way. But I do where possible. I like to. You're making them. Oh, you in jars. Okay, and then you sell the entire jar with the. You don't even have to do that whole. You just stick the wick in the bottom with a dab of wax in the bottom. Stick the bottom of the wick in. Hold it up and out, and just pour the molten wax around. Dave from the Midlands. I'm going to add it to my list now. I'm going to add it to my list because I'm sure I undoubtedly have asked before. That's not how you spell it. That's not how you spell. Fuck. Cack-handed buffoonery, folks. Moonhawk. Dave from the. I need to do the arrow thing. Let me do an arrow. Dave from the Midlands. See, you're giving me not just the name but also a location. That's because we've got Alan from Norfolk. When people give me, because if we get multiple, undoubtedly, as you know, everybody knows multiple Daves. There are always. It's why the TV channel's called Dave, isn't it? Because everybody's got a friend called Dave. At least one, probably multiple. But yeah, that. She's running in her sleep, folks. She's running in her sleep. Let me put that down there. Join you back here in Lurking Moonhawk. They all show up now. Making candles in small jars. With smell and colour, asks Josie. Dave from the Midlands. Have you seen Coco? What? It's jumped again. It's jumped again. I cannot get to the bottom of the fucking lake. Get to what are you? What is? Okay. Have you seen Coco, the 84-year-old grumpy parrot? Didn't think parrots lived to such an age. I was under the impression that parrots were 30, maybe 35 years. The bigger, again, it's like dogs. The bigger the animal, the longer they live, as a general rule. Which is why mice die after 3 years. Dogs get like between 8 and 15-ish. World record, something like 30 for dogs though. There are some outliers. Parrots, 80 sounds exceptional. You said 84 or something. What was that? That sounds exceptional. 84-year-old grumpy parrot. That's what we need, folks. I've said this before. We need dogs and cats that do at least 30 years. That's got to become standard. You don't want to be burying a member of your family every 10, 12 years. That's not nice. We need dogs and cats that live 30 years minimum. You don't want them like outlasting you too much. You don't want, like, you have a dog and then you die and now someone else in your family has to take on that, I'm going to say burden. I hope you know what I mean. I don't mean that nastily, but that might be a lot to put on someone who's maybe elderly, maybe not into animals, but they might not want to just like take. You don't want your dog to just go to the dog pound because you died. You want them to go to someone nice, preferably someone family. You don't want dogs living like 150 years and outliving you by 2- and 3-fold. But you don't want them dying after 10, 12. That's no. Get yourself a dog in your 20s and 30s. Have one dog, or however many you have, but you have one brood of them, one herd of them, one pack. Is pack probably the correct group noun for them, yeah? You have that one, you have your 1, 2, 3 dogs, well, 6 in Karen's case, I think it is. Shh, don't fucking... But you want that one group. When they die, and those are the dogs that you had in your life. Having to keep burying every 8, 10, 12, that's not what you want. We need dogs that live 30, 40 years, and that's it. This is my opinion. As it has been spoken, so shall it be. Let's make that happen. Where did Matey Boy get to with his Methuselah Mouse fucking project? Aubrey the fucking Grey. I've been waiting 10 years for an update on that twat. Pardon my Anglo-Saxon vernacular. Methuselah Mouse project. There's money up for grabs. I don't remember how much. If you can make a mouse, a group, you start off with 30 or something. If you can get a third of them to live to be twice as long as average, mice usually live for 3 years. If you can make a bunch of mice live 6 years, a decent proportion of the ones you start off with, then you win the Methuselah Mouse project, fund, whatever you want to. Not Methuselah Mousetrap. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I didn't, it's auto-corrected it wrong. Methuselah Mouse. Okay, here we go. Hold on. A Methuselah mouse is not a specific species, but a title given to mice that hold the record for the longest lifespan in the Methuselah Mouse Prize. Wasn't Methuselah Noah's granddad or something? Purportedly, in that there book that nobody ever really reads, everybody used to live to be 800 or 900 years, and Methuselah lived to be 1,000. And after that, after the flood, allegedly, God took that away from us, maybe? We got any Bible scholars in the house? I'm going off ancient memory. Anyway, so it's the mice that live the longest in the Methuselah Mouse Prize competition. A contest by the Methuselah Foundation. They don't even mention Aubrey de Grey. How do they not do that? The prize is awarded for overall longevity of a mouse or a successful late on... Oh yeah, there's 2 groups. You can like genetically modify or do something to a mouse, to mice before they're born. Or you can pick it like a 2-year-old mouse or some 2-year-old mice, do an intervention and extend that final year. How far beyond? They're going to die at 3 ordinarily. How much later, if you change them after they're 2 years old, how much longer can you make them live? A late onset intervention. The equivalent of middle-aged wanker taking a tablet or something, rather than being genetically modified before birth. What can you do for me as I approach 60 is kind of the current record-holding mouse, a genetically modified mouse, lived for nearly 5 years. Created by knocking out its growth hormone receptor gene, which led to increased insulin sensitivity, better DNA protection against age-related damage. 5 years. So they've taken mice that would ordinarily live to 3, and they've made them live to be 5. The original goal was 6. I think it was to double the lifespan, and I think it was like $1 million prize for if you got to. That's me. That's not this. That's my recollection. But the aim obviously is not to make mice live longer, because they're little bastards. I hate them, and I've got traps. The aim is to make humans live longer eventually. And you've got the Methuselah Mouse Prize and the foundation around it, and I think it's Professor Aubrey de Grey. I think he is an actual real life professor. There's a picture of him. Let me see. Founders Aubrey de Grey. Right, let's... Can you see the guy? Can you see him? The guy, he's in two photos there with the long beard. Look at that for a fucking beard. That's a proper fucking beard. He's a man. That's Aubrey de Grey. 62 years old. I wonder how old he'll live to. I wonder if he's like trialing any of the treatments or things that have been suggested. He's on YouTube, he absolutely is. My niece had a parrot, he was 62. That's a fucking age for a... I honestly, why do I think that 30 was the limit? Hold on, I've got to go back. One of my... It's jumping! Okay, I'm back to my niece. Okay. One of my clients left money to her sister to look after the dog when she died. She had it put down and kept the money. Oh, they're gonna be, when they all get to heaven together, they're gonna be so fucking angry. That's wicked. You say, no, sorry, I can't have the dog. Somebody else take it and have the money. You don't kill the dog and keep the fucking money. That's vile. That's evil. As Josie said, that's a real bad person. Absolutely horrible. Let's hope on karma. Yeah, what goes around comes around. That's we can all. I think we're all agreeing here that that's vile. How cute was the mouse in the Green Mile, Mr. Jingles? Yeah, the big black fella that could keep things alive. And I was totally unaware of this film. It had been around about 20 years before I ever discovered him. I don't know where I was or how I hadn't heard of it. Have to be off, Mike. Have a fantastic night. Fabrizio, thank you, my friend. You have a good one as well. Over there in Canada land. Canadiana. Good night, everyone, everybody, everywhere, he says. Good night, Fabrizio. Good night to all, and to all a good night. There he goes. Okay. Looks like Cat Weasel. Oh, God, do you remember Cat? Oh, let's not do this again. Let's not go off on... We're going to, aren't we? Cat Weasel and Wurzel Gummidge and Super Gran? Who remembers Super Gran? Was it really a woman or was it a bloke in a dress? I'm not sure. I think it was a woman. Shall we look it up? I was talking earlier with Joby and we were I mentioned Pipkins and he'd never heard of it. Hold on. Get out of that. Super Gran. She was a Scottish grandma with superpowers. And there was a big bad villain, like Evil Willy something or other, I can't remember. Okay. Adventures of a grandmother with superpowers as she battles her arch nemesis, the Scunner Campbell. Scunner Campbell. Let's get the cast. Gudrun Uri. The fuck? What kind of name is that? Gudrun. That's her first name. And Ur, like Mijur. Ur or Yuri. Ur. U-R-E. Ian Cuthbertson was the Scunner Campbell. There's an actor called Bill Shine. Somebody called Gwen Duran. Bill Mitchell played the reporter. Patrick Troughton was in it. Doctor Who #2. I don't remember that. The Great Sporran of the Isles. And I even managed to roll my R's in the proper Scots manner. Because I've been living in Spain and sometimes they roll their R's. Patrick Troughton. He was in the first episode of Inspector Morse, playing a dirty perv. So he wasn't only Doctor Who, he was in the first ever episode of Inspector Morse. Patrick Troughton, didn't know that. You live and you learn, folks. If you can learn something new each day, you'll do all right in life. So my dad told me, and here I am, a tramp in a field, so what the fuck do I know? Or what the fuck did he know? Cheers, Dad, wherever you are, whether you're alive or dead. I guess. Okay, I finished that first glass. This next one has to be mixed. Them's the rules, folks. I get to have the first one neat. Any subsequent have to be 1/3. That's a little bit more. The aim is 1/3 wine, red wine, 1/3 cola. Cheap supermarket, own brand. There's no Coca-Colas or Pepsi-Colas around here. It has to be Consume Cola or Roller Cola or Mums. Does anybody remember Mums Cola? Is that still a thing? The Roller Cola and Mums Cola still exist. I don't even know. Would they be UK owned? Does Virgin Cola still exist? Did it ever pop its cherry? Was there ever a cherry flavoured Virgin Cola? I've only just thought of that. Am I telling myself a joke that I should have heard of 20 years ago? Pop its cherry. Virgin Cola. I don't know where I get it from, folks. Have you ever told yourself a joke you've never heard before? Fuck. I do it, I'm not going to say often, but occasionally I do it. Cheers. If you missed it, that was a hint. Come on. 37's the record. Or 36, depending on how we split the difference. We're not going to get there, folks, are we? We're not going to get there. Got one of these little green beetle things on the table again. I was about to put my glass down on top of it, but it's here, it's in the way. People are asking, is it a stink bug? I don't think it is. There is no smell. It does have the shape of a shield, and Josie said yesterday, green shield bug. Or just shield bug that happens to be green, I'm not sure. Let me see whether I can do that. I'm gonna turn the light on, bear with me, and then I'm gonna come over here and try. Oh, I can't. It would be a three-handed job for me to now try and magnify. Whoa! The wind blew it. Where'd it go? Don't know where it is, folks. It's either on me or on the floor. Can't see it. It's gone. It's escaped us. The wind helped it. Escapado. It's escaped. Do you know, I've been sat down. Ordinarily, on a normal day, I lay down about 2/3 of the day, just laid on the bed, just to stay out the heat. Because I've had guests. I've been sat up all day. My cheeks. I think I'm getting pressure sores. I think I'm. I gotta just adjust and move the shorts, and like the seams from the pockets in the trousers pressing in one spot for too long. It's all just a bit. It's all a little bit suboptimal, folks. The life of a streamer, an influencer, if you will. Not, but no, I've just been the life of a tramp, I guess. I've just been sat down too much. I got up, went to the shop, came back, sat down, and was immediately in pain on the same spots, the same parts of my derriere. It didn't get any better. Looks like Cat Weasel twin sisters. Oh, Josie was off. I'm off to the soundstruck noise of the wind. Make my head hurt. Good night. I've probably missed you. You've probably been gone a while. I was so slow. And now it's jumped back. The national animal of Canada. Hold on. National animal of Canada. Oh, well, I would have thought Canada being like Alaska, I would have gone with like an elk. But it's possible they just don't have one, and it's a trick question. There is no national animal of Canada. That would be my first guess. Second would be elk or moose or whatever those big horn things are. But I'm going to go with no national animal. Tell me how wrong I am later in the... I remember Cat Weasel. Yeah, Cat Weasel was good. My ex-wife had pressure sores on her mouth. Is that a joke? I'm not sure where we're going there. If you had squished that bug, it would have been a Green Shield stamp. Yeah, I made a Green Shield stamp comment. I keep saying yesterday, but I mean Friday, don't I? It was Friday night into Saturday morning. I guess it was into Saturday morning, maybe. So it could have been yesterday. Except now we're in Monday, and so yesterday would be Sunday. So I'll shut up now. I'll get my coat, as they used to say on the Fast Show again, wasn't it? That was the Fast Show. I'll get my coat. Or I'll get my cloak, he would say sometimes. And I can't remember his name. He was the ginger-haired one. The kind of blonde, strawberry blonde, maybe. Can't remember any of their names. Canada has the beaver as its national critter. Is that right? See, I wouldn't have gone with beaver, but now you've said it, I guess all those pelts and things, the animal pelts from the early settlers, hunters, discoverers. Oh, Tina. Are we doing this again? I've had two lovely ladies come around twice in the last, I think in the last 2 days, maybe 3, bringing food and treats for Tina. Ina and I know it. Think of a famous pretty actress from the 50s or 60s. Not Gina Lollobrigida, the other one. Argentinian, maybe? Sophia Loren was where I was going. Probably not Argentinian at all, probably Italian, I have no idea. Sophia was Ina and Sophia. Very pretty young ladies come up, arrived with a 6 or 7 kilogram bag of dog food and a separate bag of, well, dog food, the metal tray versions. So the croquettes, the biscuits, and then the wet food in a separate bag. And then today they arrived and they brought a box of sachets of wet food. And I gave Tina her normal dry dog food, and then I poured one of these sachets over the top. And I'm hoping she hasn't, there's no cleanup on aisle 2, I hope. See if I can see. Oh, I can't tell from here. Hey babe, can you move a little bit? Move this way. I can't see any emissions. Where's that? There's that. Let's hope not. But it didn't have to stink. My nose is hurting, folks. The nose, you see the redness. That's not the camera exaggerating either. I am that red, and I really don't understand how. Because I did make a real effort. I sat with my back to the sun. Then when it got high, I put the parasol here, and me and Joby kept moving around to keep the sun away and behind. And then it got cloudy, and so we put the parasol down and didn't need to bother. Sun came, it tried to come out a little bit after, but how the fuck I've ended up so lobstered, no idea. No tengo ni idea, as somebody might say if they knew what they were saying in Spanish. Not me. It's a phrase I must have borrowed from somewhere. I have no idea. No tengo. I haven't. Or I haven't got. Ni. That's another version of no. Idea. No tengo ni idea. I think. Feel free to correct me if you know better, because I'm just a tramp in a fucking field in a country where I don't speak this language. Moonhawk's comment is still the last comment. Is nobody else talking to us? Come on, folks. Come and say hello. I want the lurkers to step forward. Come forward. We're back on Catweasel and Twin Sisters. Hold on. Beaver has... Nobody's spoken since... Okay. Come on, folks. You know you want to talk to a tramp, really. Go on. Do it. Do you know how to access chat? Is it a problem of not knowing how to access it? If you touch the screen, if you're on a mobile or a phone or a tablet, touch the screen and you're looking for a speech bubbly kind of effect. And to the right hand side of the video, you will then have a column of other people's chats, and you'll have a text message a text box at the bottom where you can type a message, and a button to send after you've finished typing. Tina, quiet. Tina, quiet. Shush, shush. Quiet. Tina, quiet. This car's reversing and he's turned his lights off. Why would you turn your lights off? 2 o'clock in the morning, come down the road, reversing, and turn lights off. I don't get it. I don't know why you would do that. How's the mouse situation? Oh, now his lights are back on and he's coming forward again, so he's parking up at the side of the road. Is he coming to see me? What is this? Maybe he just doesn't know how to reverse in a straight line? I don't know what's happening, folks. Have I got a visitor? No, I think they're going. I don't know why they must have pulled forward to straighten up or whatever. I don't know. If you stop there, I'm going to come and ask you what the fuck you're doing. You're not going to pull up and have sex outside my tent on a Saturday night. Go at the bottom and turn around, you daft cunt. Incapable of reversing in a straight line, folks. And you call yourself a drivist. How's the mouse situation? Asked Oscar. So you heard that there was one in my tent earlier. That's all I know. I haven't been in the tent most of the day. I've been outside. I went in. I was getting something. I don't know what. Food maybe. I think I was about to cook for Joby, and while I was there, something scurried on the floor, and I don't know. That was that. That's. It didn't leave. It ran towards this bedroom where I store things. At least we got a pip. I guess that's a friendly gesture. I'm not sure he's made it all the way to the end. Oh yeah, the engine's still going. I can't see because the tent's in the way. Oh, there he goes. I got a feeling maybe some people came for Nucky and I was in their way. I'm a cock blocker, as somebody might say. I think that's what just happened, folks. They could have just gone down the bottom and parked. You can go down the bottom and pull off to the right. You can go down the bottom and pull off to the left. You could go around the other way into the cliff tops. It's all very nookie friendly. Just don't try and park outside my tent while I might want to come and not look at what you're doing. I don't mean that. We don't do the dogging, if you know the phrase. We don't do the dogging. I just get nervous when people park in the road or just come and stop. I get nervous on behalf of my neighbours. Somebody might want to come down the road and there's a car just parked in the road. Doggers pip their horn and flash lights. They want you to come and watch. I watch your back. Yeah. Well, this guy pipped his horn. His lights, he had them on and then he turned them off. And yeah, I don't know what that was about. I'm not getting my rocks off watching some fat old couple having sex in a car. That's just not. Stream it on YouTube maybe. I don't fucking know. Doggers, I wondered whether it's people wanting to put on a show. Yeah. Beaver is its national critter, said Moonhawk. Yeah, we got that. Beaver. Was I talking about otter or beaver? I was talking about beaver earlier. Not like that. Catholic Church. Leviticus. Thou shalt not eat the fruits of the sea except those with fins and scales. Fins or scales. Basically, don't eat shellfish, if you want to summarize it that way. If it comes out of the sea or a river and it's not a fish, don't eat it, is what we're saying. Now on a Friday, Catholics are not supposed to eat meat, and so therefore fish becomes the most obvious option. Hence to this day why fish and chips is more of a Friday meal than any other day of the week in Britain. Even though we're not a Catholic country anymore, we have been at various times, and tradition is tradition and things stick. But you can eat beaver. Not like that. That's not what I'm talking about. That's, even though we were just talking about dogging, and that's not where we're going. A beaver's tail looks like scales. So it comes out of a river or the sea, and it has either, well, it doesn't have fins, but it has scales. And therefore a beaver is a fish according to the Catholic Church. Look it up. I'm not making it up. I didn't make this up. The Pope did. And he's infallible. A beaver is a fish. It's official. It's a fish oil almost. But yeah, you know, it's true. Its flat tail has scales and therefore falls within the remit of Leviticus, and you're now allowed to eat it on a Friday because it's a fish. I know I know eating beaver isn't something that you want to be saying too much out loud, but it's a thing. God, we had the conversation the other day about how you can shag your dog according to the Bible. I know. I didn't say it. It's Leviticus. It's literally the law. It's what the words mean. A man who lays with a man must be executed. A man who lays with a dog is unclean for 7 days. So after 7 days, all is forgiven. You go back to the wife and she can't refuse you sex, and off you go. Lays with is they don't just mean a man who like strokes his dog and cuddles his dog. They mean lays with in the same way that a man who lays with another man is unclean and must be stoned to death. Also in the Bible, you're allowed to own slaves as long as they come from another city or another. They don't really use the word country, it's state, I think it says. But that basically, back in the times of like Rome being a city-state, a state was a city. As long as you've captured him in the next town over, you can have a slave. Have as many as you like. God says so. It's all good. Can you see why I'm heathen scum and not liked by religious folk? It's because I read their book that they never read. I wouldn't put up with me either. If I have friends that get married in a church, I have palpitations and I expect I might burst into flames on walking into the church. I haven't been to many. I don't. Churches and me are not a thing. We went to them, we were forced to go to them at school, and it's not me. It's not me. The man in the big white frock who stands up at the front, the little boys who sing, and they're not even Welsh choir boys, folks. These are actual, just real fucking proper English choir boys. Again with the racism. Nazi bastard. And he's talking about eating beaver, shagging a dog, keeping slaves. They don't have to be black. Slave just means guy from the next town over. It's no, you conquer them and you take as many slaves as you like. Black, white, brown, whatever, purple. They could be sky blue, pink. The Bible doesn't say. Every race has been a slave. Every city has been a victim of slavery at some point. It's history. But you may shag your dog. It's just good to know, yeah? The Bible says so. You're just unclean for 7 days, so stay away from your wife for 7 days after you've shagged your dog. It's not me. It's Leviticus. Go check it. It's for real. If you're going to use the what's the word? The euphemism, lays with. Man who lays with man, put them both to death. Man who lays with dog is unclean for a little bit. 7 days, I think it is. Same euphemism, lays with. Nobody said to stone the dog or kill the man. It's just unclean for a few days. Keep it in your pants. Don't touch anybody else. As long as you don't drop dead within 7 days, you and the wife are all good. It's not me. It's the Bible. This is gospel truth. I gotta stop saying that. But it is. It's not me. It's the Pope. The Pope said this. I don't know which one. I don't know when. Probably in about the year, was it 300 AD? They had all these, they got together all of the papers that they thought were religious-ish. And they decided which ones to keep and which ones to exclude. And these are all the ones they kept. These are the legit ones that everybody thought were right. It's not my fault. Don't blame me. Don't shoot the messenger. That's probably in a different book or a different. It's not Leviticus. It doesn't say don't shoot the messenger in Leviticus. You probably can shoot the messenger in that one. I don't know. I'm not making this up. It's pressure sores. Okay. How's the mouse situation? Doggers, yeah. Okay. Fish and chips don't taste the same today. The fish are rubbery and no taste. since Thatcher and Blair. Whoa! I almost banned Karen. Don't ban Karen. Don't send her to the shadow realm. Itchy nose. Itchy nose. Fish and chips. Since Thatcher and Blair sold off the fishing rights to the frogs and the Icelandics, we supposedly had a war with the Icelanders? Icelandics, I'm going to go with. Not Iceland dicks. That's... Some fishermen in the 70s might have used that term. This is jumping about. I don't know where it's meant to be. Fish and chips don't taste the same. They're rubbery. Do you know what I don't like? They don't fry the chips long enough. I like my chips brown. And they're all this floppy fucking yellow. I don't want yellow chips. I want my chips brown. I like my batter to come out a browner than is typical nowadays as well. And I don't know why, but I'd prefer my vinegar to be real vinegar. If you've ever watched the video by Tom Scott, fish and chips vinegar isn't vinegar. It's some other kind of emulsion or something. It's not vinegar. It's a brown, what does he call it? A brown something or other condiment. It's not vinegar. Vinegar has a definition in law. It's like 4% acetic acid or something. This stuff it's a brown syrup with a slight vinegary taste. I preferred proper vinegar from back in the 60s or 70s. Well, I didn't know the 60s. From back in the 70s when I was a kid, living in Penrith or Dumfries, we had proper vinegar on our chips. We had our chips out of newspaper, complete with eating the ink. You know, you had newspaper. There was one sheet of white paper, and then you had your fish and chips. Nowadays, you get a printed pseudo, like pretend faux newspaper in some places, or you just get them in a polystyrene carton with a sheet of tissue or whatever under. It's not the same. I'm not a fan. Bring back proper fish and chips, cook my chips properly, cook my batter a little bit more than is typical, and give me proper fucking vinegar. Then we can discuss the merits of mushy peas versus curry. Some people have both. That's an abomination. Make your fucking mind up. Make a choice. Are you going to have mushy peas or are you going to have curry? You don't mix, the two don't go together. And as for gravy and cheese curds, what do they, he's gone, Fama's gone. That's the Canucks. They invented that shit. It's got a name. I don't know it. Beef gravy with cheese curds. No. Just no. That's not a thing. It's got a name though. And some people like it and order it. And I'm just like, no. You want to put some cheese over your hot chips? I don't, but you can. That's okay. But not cheese and gravy. Stop playing with your fucking food, as my mum would have said. My mum wouldn't tolerate surf and turf. You're putting fish and meat on the same plate. She wouldn't have tolerated that shit. That's just not a fucking thing. They do it over here when they have what's the rice paella, when the rice dish thing that they will have prawns and chicken and beef or lamb or something, and I'm like, what? You're gonna get like every combination of everything. Reminds me of a conversation I had recently about a meat pie I once had here. It had a minimum 20 different meats in it, including a bit of sausage and morcella, the Spanish equivalent of a black pudding, but then it had chicken and beef and lamb and it was the driest, most horrible fucking. I got a third of the way or halfway through this thing, and I was ready to bin it. Except I'm a tramp living in a field, so I don't throw food away. They don't know the concept of gravy. There was no juice, there was no moisture. It was 20 meats packed together with every ounce of juice squeezed out and baked into a fucking dry pie. I got a third of the way through, and I was just, it was like chewing sawdust. I forgot it was a meat pie in the end. If I'd not been homeless, I would have thrown it away. But I was homeless, and so I ate it, because you don't throw food away. Jesus Christ. Most horriblest. It was the most, I would almost say vile. There was nothing off, there was nothing rotten, there was nothing nasty. It just wasn't enjoyable. It was like chewing sawdust. It was... Put some fucking gravy in there. At least moisten it with like a chicken stock or a vegetable stock or something, if you're not going to go with like a beef gravy or something. But why have 20 different meats in one pie? Why has it got black pudding and pork sausage bits and a bit of chicken and a bit of beef and a bit of ham? It even had some of the, we used to call it Parma ham, Serrano ham, bit of bacon. How many meat? Why? Just why? Why? All those different meats in one. Oh, it's a meat pie. Yeah. But so is like steak and kidney. That's a meat pie. You don't need the other 18 meats. What are we doing? Why not a bit of gravy, a bit of stock, a bit of sauce, a bit of something? If I wasn't homeless, I would have fucking thrown it in the bin. Now I'm homeless, and if I had it now, I would probably throw it in the bin a third of the way through. Because I've got more choice, I've got more options, I'm not as desperate. I can be a little bit more, not much, but a little bit more picky. Oh, folks. We're not going to go much longer. Where are we for time? I've also got the wind. I'm conscious of the wind blowing on the phone or in the microphone. Maybe 2:20. Do I finish at past or do I finish at 3? You decide. How active are you in chat? How much is going on? Are you just listening to me and putting up with me, or are you active? Leftovers bonanza. There's Tom, my Norwegian friend. Pickled onion juice on chips is nice. We used to get pickled eggs in the chip shop, and on the bar in the pub. Pickled eggs in a bun case. You got the paper case that you would normally have a bun. Let's translate bun for the Americans. Muffin, the muffin case. Fuck. See how considerate I am. Translating biscuit talk into cookie talk. Come and tell me off, folks. Come and tell me how racist I am against Americans and Canucks. Yanks and Canucks. Come and have a go if you think you're tough enough. The other Cod War with Iceland. AIDS came about by Welsh choir boys shagging chimps. Fact. It is certainly hypothesized to be so. I'm not gonna condone your assertion of fact. I don't have the knowledge to reject your hypothesis. So it is indeed possible. Viruses evolve where one animal already has one virus and the same animal catches another virus at the same time. And if two viruses inhabit not the same person or the same animal, but the same cell, if two viruses get in the same cell, then you get mutations, and things can go wacky from there. you do just get some mutation through replication, but a cross contamination, two contaminants in the same. This bloke in the doorway of the apartment. They're not sitting out. They got the door open, the light on, and he keeps coming and standing in the doorway and looking out at me. Hi, if that's you watching, come and say hello. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Come and find me if you think you're tough enough. No, don't do that. Okay, I'm back to Oscar and his fish and chips. So yeah, something HIV was engineered in a lab. Oh, I don't know that I'd go that far, because you've got other very similar viruses. There's a feline immunosuppressant virus. Which came first? How they went? What they went? They're probably related. It's probably this thing about two viruses in the same cell, some mutation, whether it was a flu or whether it was something else, and then something with a nastier payload from somewhere. I don't know. It's not. I'm not a virologist. I just play one on the internet sometimes. No, not really. I don't know, folks. K. Something HIV was engineered in a lab. What's the K for? I don't know what the K is. Good evening. Yeah, leftovers bonanza. The meat pie and the 20 different meats. I think you're probably what that was probably getting at. Think rather than thing. I got you. I automatically read past it because it wouldn't have made sense otherwise. I automatically transliterated it and converted it. I didn't even realize I'd done it. I'm going to watch it back tomorrow and make sure I did actually read it as think and not thing. It would have been strange to read something that, I mean, something is a word, but something that probably wouldn't have passed muster in my brain. Your neighbour's not a flasher, is he? I hope not. I think he's about to close his door. He must have seen me waving at him online. He must be watching me now, like watching me on YouTube rather than watching me out of the window or out the door. They only got here today. Okay, let's do a bit of racism. Let's do some racism. There's a very pretty black girl lives in one of these apartments at the bottom on the ground floor. And these people are in the upstairs apartment. But she cleans for them before they arrive and after they leave. I did make a slavery kind of comment to Joby earlier. I said, oh, they got the helps here, and she's sweeping it out and clean. Obviously, there's going to be white people arriving soon. 2 hours later, they arrive, and then they wave her off, and I'm, oh yeah, no, now we've packed them, we're finished with them, they've done the cleaning, and we're sending them home. I mean, it's a bit crude, a bit coarse, it's all those things. I'm not racist, I just look like one sometimes on the internet, maybe. She's a very pretty lady. She used to, I first saw her when I was first homeless and living in the park. So the park is 3 fields. She'd always be in the bottom field with a guy's, I would say Alsatian, you would say German Shepherd, if you're non-British. The whole German Shepherd versus Alsatian thing. First World War, we're at war with Germany. There's all these dogs called German Shepherds. Somebody decided to rebrand them. They're not German, they're from Alsace. I think that's a region in France, maybe? Alsace-Lorraine is what I'm going to go with. Correct me if I'm wrong. But German Shepherds were rebranded as Alsatians, something from Alsace, to avoid everybody going out and slaughtering their neighbours' dogs, I guess. And the name's kind of stuck. I don't know whether it's regional. I don't know if it's still as prevalent as it was. I was brought up calling them an Alsatian. In the rest of Europe, they're still called German Shepherds or Pastor Allemand. Same thing. Guardian from Germany. German Guardian, German Shepherd. Alsace, the German part of France. No, beyond me, Tom. I don't know, but I'll believe you if that's what you're telling me. But yeah, it was a rebranding exercise. Well, God, we've got this thing where we slaughtered a monkey in Hartlepool because people thought it was a French spy. Once upon a time, they killed a monkey in Hartlepool. Look it up. Hartlepool's in the northeast of England, up towards Newcastle. They slaughtered a monkey because someone told them that was a Frenchman. He's a French spy. They literally thought a monkey was a French person. They're different. They're French. They look different. I'm assuming during the Napoleonic Wars. Where are we? 1780 to 1812? 1812, there was a bit of an overture, wasn't there? Things ended. Napoleon met his Waterloo. There or thereabouts. Maybe. But yeah. So if we're going to kill a monkey thinking it's a Frenchman, and then you're going to have these dogs running around that we're calling German Shepherds, and we're at war with Germany, we're not going to keep those dogs very long. So they went through a rebranding exercise. Alsatian is a very common name for a German Shepherd in Britain. Like I said, I don't know if it's generational. I don't know if we've grown out of it. It's only been 100 years, folks. Come on. It's a brief flash. It's a twinkling in the eye. It's only 100 years. Now to Americans, 100 years is forever. To Brits, 100 years is yesterday. Maybe. I keep taking the piss out of the Yanks. I don't mean to. I just do it by accident. It's just second nature. It's all done in the best possible spirits, as Kenny Everett. I'm downloading Kenny Everett at the minute. I've been watching some Kenny Everett. Just to go off on a tangent for any Brits that are out there, the Kenny Everett radio show, which was an ITV, so his first TV series I think was on the Beeb. It obviously was a radio DJ back in the 70s, possibly late 60s as well. But in the 70s, he was a radio DJ with the BBC. He might have done Radio Caroline or whatever before that. He might have been a pirate radio host before, possibly Radio Caroline, not sure. You'd have to check. So for non-Brits, Radio Caroline was a boat anchored off Luxembourg somewhere, I think, and would broadcast into British territories, but wasn't governed by British rules because it's not in Britain. The law couldn't touch it. But it was classed as a pirate because they were deliberately broadcasting to the UK, but without a UK radio license. And this caused all sorts of consternation and all sorts of trouble with the government. But anyway, Kenny Everett, I think it was a BBC TV series first, really popular, probably got into trouble with the B because he crossed the line, did an ITV show, and I think then later went back to the Beeb. Napoleon, another European wannabe dictator. No, he was an absolute dictator. I mean, not just Europe, they invaded Egypt, didn't they? Because all of the statues, do you know about Egyptian statues? Do you know the Milky Way? Do you know how it got its name? It wasn't milk. Wasn't milk. That's them. They're handmaidens. Wasn't milk. It was ejaculate. The gods and the priests were stimulated towards an emission, and hence the Milky Way. And when Napoleon and his army got into Egypt, all of the statues, all of the male statues had an erection, and they chopped them all off. Chopped them off, sanded some of them down, left some of them just with a more obvious disfiguration. Some of them, though, they chopped off and then sanded down to make it look like he never had a protrusion. But this horrified not just France and not just Napoleon, the whole of Europe was kind of, if you can imagine, it's not quite Victoria in 1812. We're just before Victoria. She probably came to the throne in the 1820s, maybe. But we've got that prurient, no, that's not the right word, prudish. We got that prudish outlook. Statues with a stonking big hard-on. That wasn't going to fly. So they vandalized the fucking lot. I'm not making this up. Again, don't shoot the messenger. Wasn't me. Yeah. Here's another one. Here's a little, again, another factoid. Cleopatra. We're going back. We're around zero, whatever year you know. Christ, we're in that ballpark. We're not there, but we're there or thereabouts. Cleopatra is closer to us in time than she was to the Sphinx. The Sphinx is so much older than the pyramids and everything. The riddle of Ozymandias, I think it was, look upon my work and weep, cry, whatever the phrasing is. Supposedly, Ozymandias was the or a worker on the pyramids, on the Sphinx. Sorry, Sphinx. Cleopatra is closer to us in time than she was to the Sphinx. It's that much older. She's 2,000 years ago. The Sphinx was more than 2,000 years before her. So I don't know whether this is still canon, whether this is still true, but it was, when I was a kid, it was certainly said that way, that the Sphinx was older than the riddle of the Sphinx and everything. Look upon my works and weep, or whatever the riddle of Ozymandias was. That's just always fascinated me. Where was I before I went off on the pyramids and the Sphinx? I'm not sure. HIV Labs. Mrs. had a German Shepherd, and for years she called it an Alsatian. Alsatian, I would have gone with. Okay. Okay, she called it an Alsatian. Nobody corrected her and told her it's not Alsatian. Napoleon, another European wannabe dictator. Well, he was an actual dictatorship. Yeah, he wanted to take over. So the Third Reich means like Third Empire or Third. What were the previous ones? He wasn't looking at the British Empire. He was looking at Napoleon as what Roman Empire. He was probably looking at Napoleon as the next, and then he thought he was the third great empire, the third reign, the Third Reich. Didn't bother to take into account the fact that the British Empire, that was still valid at the time, was the biggest ever. Back when taking over other countries was a mark of a sign of your success, we were the fucking biggest and best. Now, everybody might be embarrassed about that now. I'm not. Everybody's falling over themselves. Oh, yeah, no, we abolished slavery. We gave all these other countries... We're not bothered about American independence because we've given these other 50 countries their independence. Aren't we great? I don't look at it like that. I say back when taking over other countries was the mark of respect, and that was the thing to be. That was what everybody was competing to do. We were bigger at it and better at it than anybody else. That makes me proud to be fucking British. Now the world's changed, and now that's not the mark of winning. But that doesn't take away from the fact that when it was the mark of winning, we were the biggest and best at it. We did it bigger and better. You don't, let's say the rules of football have changed and that certain goals in 1966 might not have been allowed. You don't change the score because that would have been offside by modern rules, or that would have been this, or goal line laser detection would have ruled that not a goal, or maybe Gordon Banks' save wasn't a save, maybe it was actually in. You don't go back and change the fucking score because now the rules have changed. You say, back when them was the rules and that was how it was judged, we won. We were the biggest and the best. And I say, if it stands for 1966 on the football, it stands for 1820 and 1850 and 1900 in the rest of the... You don't change the score because now the rules have changed. Back when you were scored based on how many other countries you fucking occupied, took over, borrowed their food... You know what I mean? Back when that was the mark of whether you were a success or not, we were the fucking biggest and best. Our empire was so much bigger than the Roman Empire. We were so much bigger than Alexander the Great and whatever he did over in the Middle East. We had the whole of the fucking Western world at one point or other, more or less. The ones that we didn't occupy, we defeated. Your Frances and your Spains and your wherever the fuck else. Just because we didn't occupy them after we defeated them doesn't mean we didn't win. Back when the score was based on how many you beat, we were the biggest and the best. Now, why Adolf chose to only count the Roman Empire and Napoleon's attempt, and those were his first two, and then he said they were the third coming, the third attempt, the Third Reich. I don't know why he didn't include us. Is it because we were still current, we were still there? I don't know. I've gone off on one again, folks. Am I far right enough yet? I want to get to the point that when I do get back to Britain, that I get dragged off into a little room and interrogated about all my opinions in these streams. I still say, back when the score was kept based on how many countries you could take over, conquer, colonize, and borrow their herbs and spices, back when that was the mark of who was the biggest and best, we were the fucking biggest and best, and it makes me proud. Just because you've changed the rules now and you're scoring it differently doesn't take away from my pride in the victory that we had at the time. But yes, we abolished slavery in the Western world and possibly beyond. I'm proud of Britain's part in the slave trade. Our part is that we abolished it. We spent 100 years. The equivalent of millions and millions of pounds that were only paid off a few years ago. The national debt that we undertook in order to fund a navy to blockade Africa so that nobody else, the Portuguese and the Spanish and whoever the fuck else, couldn't do slavery anymore, that was us. 100 years, 20,000 lives, hundreds of millions of pounds in modern day, I was going to say dollars, in modern day money, discounted cash flow, or however you want to word it. That was us. We did that. Prior to that, yes, we took part in the slave trade. You could not be a slave in Britain. William the Conqueror abolished slavery in 1080 something or other. From that moment onwards, if you were a slave and you were taken off the ship in Britain, you were deemed to be a free man. Now, there were periods where this wasn't enforced as much as others, but there were periods where people tried bringing slaves in, and they would take them to court and make them become free men. We did that. 1080 something or other, William the Conqueror abolished slavery. Now, we're not sure why. We think it was a tax dodge, or it was a fuck you to somebody that he had a grudge with or something. And there would have been whole centuries go by where it was never enforced and that slaves did exist. We don't necessarily mean black people by slave. Anybody from someone could become a slave. Ireland, what's he called? St. Patrick was from Cornwall or Devon. They'll argue about him. He was captured, possibly by Vikings, enslaved, taken over to Ireland, where he then made all the snakes disappear. Allegedly, maybe. Slave, the word slave comes from Slavic, Yugoslavia, that entire region. It was a tribe, it was a bunch of people. They were so often conquered by Romans and everybody else and turned into slaves that it became their name. You are the Slavs, you are the slaves. They're white. Slave doesn't mean black fella. It means captured fella. Anybody that loses in war, whether from the next city over, the next village over, the next country over, the next continent over, all through history, there have been slaves. We, the British, abolished that shit. For the entire Western world, and for half of the Middle Eastern world, ish. I mean, obviously there's pockets of it, there's bits of it, there's stuff still going on. 100-year battle by the Royal Navy to blockade Africa. I think I read 20,000 sailors, British sailors, died during that time in active conflict against the slavers, and at a detrimental cost to the British people and the British nation that we only paid off, I think, 20 fucking years ago. Like in the 21st century, you have to look it up and fact check for yourself. If Jack Attack was here, he'd probably tell me how wrong I am. But them's your numbers that I'm giving you. You go and prove me wrong and tell me in the comments afterwards. But proud of our involvement in the slave trade, because our involvement is that we fucking ended it. We even, during the American Civil War, we even put pressure on Abraham Lincoln to go a certain way. The American Civil War was nothing to do, initially, it was nothing to do with slavery. It was to do with business and commerce and whether a state gets to self-govern or be told what to do by a federal government. Slavery, part of it, certainly, maybe. But that wasn't, it's not like it was some big human rights campaign by Abraham Lincoln. Not at the start. Whoa, what was that? Something flashed like an insect in the light, but it looked like, have you ever seen those videos of what they call rods? They were thought to be like UFO related or alien related. It's just an effect of light and cameras and flapping wings. But I just had one come across. Easily distracted. Shiny. Ooh, shiny. Ooh, flickery, flashy. I'm not that intelligent, really. You know, I'm just a baboon, really, aren't I? I'm like anything else. Ooh, shiny. Let me. Hold on. Napoleon, European wannabe dictator. Yeah, but he had his bone took apart. His bone apart. I see what you did there. Was that Oscar? Let me just go back. Was his bone took apart? Was the Extians come to power in Rome that went and snubbed the nose off as many statues as possible? Or was that later? Extians, Christians, okay. You don't want to write Chris, so you put a cross. I'm wise to these. This is why we have Xmas instead of Christmas, because some people don't want to write Chris or Christ, so they put a cross. I see what you did. I'm wise to this. Christians come to power in Rome that snubbed the nose off as many statues. You had all that, didn't you? Isn't it? It's not Dave. You did. What? Who's the statue? There's a famous statue with a nose. Was it Nero or there's a really famous statue that's just got no nose. I can't remember. She was a Greek princess of Egypt. She was because Alexander the Great, Alex of Macedonia, Philip of Macedon's son, Alexander the Great. He who cut the Gordian knot, if I remember my tradition. I'm not going to say myth because it might be real. Alexander the Great, one of his generals was Ptolemy with a P. PT for Ptolemy. So after Alexander was finished, because he did everything by 32 or whatever it was when he retired and soon after died, Ptolemy was one of his generals, and he carved up his lands between 3 or 4 generals, and yeah, Egypt was Ptolemaic. That was 500 years before Cleopatra. Cleopatra coming at you, as we discussed earlier with the Irish girl band whose name I now can't remember, but I did know earlier. Bewitched, with all the denim on roller coasters. Cleopatra coming at you. I don't know why I know that. But yeah, Alexander the Great was like 500 BC or thereabouts. Cleopatra was spanning Jesus's kind of spanning the zeros. I'm not sure on the BCs and the ADs, but there or thereabouts on that crossover kind of point. So 500 years after Alexander the Great, the descendants of General Ptolemy were still in charge, and she was the last. She was the end of them being in charge, because Romans and Mark Antony, wasn't he? Julius Caesar's best friend stroke stabber? Is that right? Did Mark Antony, was he one of the ones, the Ides of March, that did Julius Caesar in? I think that's 39 AD. Got that from somewhere, I don't know where or why. Maybe? Don't know. You can fact check me, folks, and put all of this. Rob, is it Rob Ryan? He will fact check me and correct me on every single item as a separate post tomorrow. Hey, Rob. Have at it, mate. Have at it. Tell me how wrong I am and how many times I'm wrong. Everything's right-ish. I'm never wrong. I'm sometimes just not exactly right. It's my you can tell me how wrong I am on that statement. I will occasionally be wrong. 1979 was the last time, though. And I was only 10. Almost 11. I think it's late in the year when the election happened. Correct me on that. yeah, okay. The Christians, was the Christians come and snubbed, yeah. Greek princess of Egypt, she was indeed. Hence the lighter skin and not the sub-Saharan African that some people now try and make out. Oh, she was African, therefore she was ebony. No. Look upon thy works and despair. That was in was it not my, look upon my works and despair, I think you'll find. But yeah, despair, not to weep. You are correct, sir. The Holy Roman and then the Prussian. This is your empires, the Holy Russian Empire and then the Prussian. So it wasn't even Napoleon. Maybe that was too recent. The Third Reich. He was thinking specifically of Germany. Okay, okay, so that's why he didn't include the British Empire or Napoleon. Okay. See, you live and you learn, folks. You have these conversations and you come away knowing more than you did at the beginning. I used to be proud to be English, looking at England and the wimps here today. It's embarrassing. We didn't lose... Oh, we jumped. Hold on. We're way down. And it's jump, jump, jump. Okay, I'm back. We didn't lose the empire. The successive traitors in power gave it away. The world was changing. We were going to have to give people independence one way or another. We couldn't carry on like owning other countries that didn't want to be owned. I don't think. I think the Commonwealth was a nice compromise. Independence, but still part of a club, still part of a group. Wars of the okay, or successors. Ptolemaics ended up with Egypt and the Levant. Levant being the east, because the Levant means to rise, to raise, and that's where the sun comes up, over in the east. So Levant and Levantine. I don't know that word. Diadochi? That's a new one on me. I'll have to look that one up tomorrow when I'm watching this back, or the day after, whenever it is that I'm watching this one back. Thank you guys. I'm enjoying the learning. I'm enjoying the corrections from my... It just did that thing again. Just did the disconnect thing. I was just saying thank you for the corrections and the annotations. I will watch it back and learn. So Third Reich was like the third German. It was like the third empire within Germany. So that's why Napoleon and the British Empire weren't included. He wasn't looking at ruling the world. He was looking at who ruled Germany. I got you. Thank you for that. Like, nice to learn. Good to know. How many of you are out there? How many of you are chatting? And how many of you want me to carry on versus how many would rather I shut up and go to bed? Let me have a look at the time. It is 5 to 3. I could end it in 5 minutes if nobody wants to go on, if everyone's bored, or if you're sick of listening to me. I don't know what we're going to talk about. I would need... Carry on if you want, says Oscar. Oscar's awake. Doesn't have to be up in the morning. 2 o'clock in the UK, yeah? If I'm going to carry on, I'll have to go for a Jimmy Riddle. I'll have to go and use... I haven't had a comfort break so far, have I? Where's my other... Okay, there's my other light. I can grab that, head off into the tent and do what I need to do. If you give me a couple of minutes, folks, if there are... Numbers are dropping, we are down to 8. Bank holiday, what's that one? Hold on, August bank... No. Oh yeah, hold on. The last Monday in August. August bank holiday. This is when the football season used to start. Now it starts fucking 3 weeks earlier. I'm a bit... I used to look forward to this. I didn't even realise we were there. Gotta go, folks, because if I sit here another 10 seconds, I'm going to make a mess of myself. Oh, stay with me. And tell anyone who arrives, he's just gone for a wee. He'll be back in a minute. And Tina, stay there. Don't stay there, darling. Don't leave. Tina, stay. Daddy will be back in 2 minutes. Two shakes of yeah, I'll be shaking it and only twice. Because 3 or more is a wank. Oh, let's go, let's get in. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Okay, we're here. We're not queer. Oh, we're on the beer. Well, wine. Oh, open one end, not the other. Clench the other. Oh, that's better. Okay. Ouch. Oh. Okay. I'm back. My dog is here. Hey, babe. Still there. Turn that off. Oh, guys. Every step I take, well, not every step. In my shoes, the shoes I'm wearing are falling apart. Everything's. I can slide my foot out sideways out of the actual shoe. But in the base, there's these little tacks, these little nails. And if I stand on something hard, and it's right in the middle of the foot, if I stand on something hard, the nails come up and stab my foot. And I've been doing it so long, my foot has got like a wound in the bottom, like a hole that's digging deeper and deeper and getting bigger and bigger. I should just throw these shoes away and get a different pair. I've got 6 pairs waiting to be worn. I don't know why I haven't bitten the bullet. That sounds wrong, but that's correct, isn't it? Past tense of bite is bitten. Why did I not bite? It's better to just say why didn't I bite the bullet rather than to say why I haven't bitten the bullet. Bit the bullet. Bit the bullet? Bitten the bullet. It's definitely not bited the bullet. So I'll shut up. I don't know, folks. But suffice to say, I've got these nails, these little tacks. They're supposed to stick up and hold like the sole or the insole in place. Oh, beans on toast. What are you doing, lad? Don't talk to me about beans on toast at this time of night. I've actually got a couple of like French bread pizzas that I could like put in a frying pan and toast. Frying pan and toast? Is that even a thing? I couldn't just put them over an open flame. They'd have to go on a metal rack. Maybe start them off upside down for the first couple of minutes and then turn them over. That was thanks to my friend Cliff, who first appeared yesterday without warning. He just turned up in the fucking field and started shouting, "Mike!" Been looking for me for a couple of years, apparently. Thought I was further that way, and every time he's visited, he's tried to work further over. And I mentioned Gran Bazaar El Zoco one time, and so that's how we zoned in. Folks, if you ever want to come and visit me, there's an email address in the description of almost every video, except when I really forget, or I have to make an emergency video because one ends and I have to start another. But you can always contact me. You can find me on Google Maps. You just type in Delta Mike Torrevieja, apparently, as separate words, and Google Maps will drop you right in on me. Thanks to Donegal Overlanding, Richard. I am Google Maps famous. Apparently. It's like I'm a fucking celebrity. Let me go back to the bottom and then work my way backwards to see what I've missed. Enjoy soup. I'm frying with sausages with a Tom. Okay, Tom Thomas, our Norwegian friend, is. I'm frying some sausages with a potato salad. At this time of night, what is it? Well, you guys have gone cooking, and now, and I'm gonna have to open my bag of crisps if you're gonna keep talking about food. You think that a phallus on a statue is just a weak point on the statue, but they all fell off in like 1812 or whenever when Napoleon was in Egypt. I think it was I got prurient. I'm not sure which way that word goes. Is prurient when you don't want to see rude stuff, or is prurient when it is rude? Whoa, what was that? Something landed on the fucking table again. I'm not sure. Bank holiday. I forgot. I didn't realise we were in a bank holiday. There was the Diadochi. Not a word I know. Enjoy supper. I'm frying some sausages with a potato salad. So Tom is arguing no one went around deliberately removing phalluses from statue. It's just a weak point and therefore prone to fall off. I mean, mine did. I don't know about the statues though. I heard it was like a Victorian and a European. Got that word again, that prurient. I don't want to use the word because I'm not sure that it means what I think it means. What do they call those guys on the Mayflower that went to America? There's a word. I'm not going to get the word. People who are very conservative, very dour, very, I'm not going to say non-sexual, but a very, there's a word, I'm not going to get the word. Puritan. You spelt it wrong, but yeah, that's where I was going. Puritan, puritanical. Yeah, that. You got a typo, but I know where you were going, so yeah, we're all good. Yeah, I heard it was a European puritanical kind of phase. And when, imagine that you've got like Victorian sensibilities. Oh my, don't show an ankle. And you get into Egypt and all the statues have got a big fucking stonk on. And now the statues don't have your IQ is showing. It is indeed, my friend. It is indeed, Moonhawk. Dave, it was Dave. Everybody's called Dave. Everyone's got. I didn't even need to look it up. I remembered before I got there. Karen's going to bed. I hope your kebab's not repeating on you too much. Good night, Karen, and thank you. Thanks for being here. Cheers, Karen. Okay, folks. I am going to pour. It seems we've decided I'm going to do at least another half hour. I'm going to pour another wine and cola. Or should I treat myself and just have wine? What do you think? At 3:06. Fuck, I probably shouldn't drink at all. Fuck, they don't call us winos for nothing, do they? It's more than a third again. It's too. I'm putting too much in the glass each time, folks. I've had about a third of the carton now. I'm about a third of the way into the carton. That's faster than I would normally drink such things. Let me check on the EcoFlow because it's powering the phone. It's powering a lamp. I used it to charge the tablet. We had the tennis racket of death, 80% for the EcoFlow. That's not bad. This time of night, it's not going to run out before morning, is it? I could go into the tent and put the fan on for half an hour with that kind of power laying around. I was commenting earlier, now that Joby's moved back into the field, we could have a film night. I could bring my TV out, download a film onto a pen drive, plug it into the back of the TV, because we haven't got an antenna, we haven't got an air rule. But we could have a film night out in the field here. I've had that TV 18 months and I've used it 3 times, maybe 4, usually just to test it still works. One time I did sit down and watch an actual internet program, Friday Night Tights it would have been back in the day. I watched Friday Night Tights on the Friday night, fell asleep and put the second half on, you know, on Saturday, like morning I guess, I put it on to finish watching it. And that's pretty much the only use I've had out of that TV. I just haven't, no. Oh, get my burps, hold on. Been getting up at 5 p.m. and to bed at 5 a.m. Nice. Okay, I'm back with frying sausages and potato salad. Working forward. Some strange story about the Christians rampaging around targeting the statues they deemed pagan. Yeah, that would be the kind of thing, especially with the erections. Like I said, the Milky Way, it's not milk. The Greek story is spilt milk, but I think they've gone polite with it. The Egyptian thing about handmaidens and priests and squirting out a milky substance to form the galaxy. It's that. That and the fact that the priests wanted to get all the ages, folks. Throughout the ages, priests have always been dirty bastards. It's not a new thing. There was Karen leaving. Here's Oscar back. Been listening to you, so not missed anything. That's nice. No, everything is good. Okay, Karen, good. Surname is Bailey. Imagine the grief I had in camp with David Bailey. Who's he? Now there's one for the youngsters to baffle the youngsters. He's Lord Lichfield's competitor. That's all I'm going to say. Look it up. David Bailey, who's he? And then look up Lord Lichfield and occupation, I guess. I know where you're at, Moonhawk. I know what that's about. I've got you. If I did a stream while there was while the TV was on, kind of thing, yeah, that'd get me in trouble. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could live stream it, unless you could watch us, but you couldn't watch the TV. Maybe if we look outwards, and if we can do it so you don't get the volume. I don't know how that. I don't think that would work. It's jumped. It's gone again. I'm back to Puritans. There we go with David Bailey. Okay. Nothing wrong with the Puritans. I'll tell you what was wrong with the Puritans. They had the whole of fucking Europe to pick from, and they couldn't find somewhere that suited, a regime in charge that worked for them, or so they had to go off and try and form their own. You got the whole of Europe and you can't find a country that doesn't persecute you. So your religious views are so extreme that nowhere's good enough. You're going to have to go off and found your own, well, if not country, then state or city or town. That, I'm not saying that their views were wrong, or I'm just saying that in terms of working with other people, if you've got to set off for the new world because you can't find anywhere else in the actual fucking existing world, that's got to be a sign of something. That's got to be a sign that you're a little more extreme in some way than everybody else. You can't find a place to fit in. I'm not saying there's something wrong with, well, I am saying there's something wrong with that. I'm saying that's like to me, that's a red flag. It's not automatically wrong, but it's a question mark in my humble, not so humble opinion, but you know. Whoa. Pipping your horn like that at 3 o'clock in the morning. Ollie Cromwell showed the first Charlie and the Mad Mix. The second Charlie is much worse than the first. He's the third Charlie if you're talking about the King. I think that's where you're going. Ollie Cromwell wasn't a good guy. We had massive slaughters. The Civil War and see, royalty is bad until you try the alternative and end up with mass slaughter. Tina, stop. Have I got a crowd coming this way? I've got a crowd coming this way. Tina, quiet. Tina, quiet. Buenas noches, amigo. Tina, come a te, amiga mía. Tranquilo. There's more. Tina, come a te. Tranquilo. Para. Stop. Shut the fuck up, doggy. I know, you're guarding the camp. Good girl. You guarded the camp. You frightened them all away. You kept them away. Keep the hordes at bay. Hordes with a D. Just in case anybody was in any doubt. That was nice, though. Saying hello as he walked past, you know. Good night, good evening, whatever. Let me go back to the bottom and work backwards. Starting a wailing, meta-miserable existence. Hold on. Mad Mix, you're off in Ireland now, aren't you? I think that's where you're going with your Mad Mix. The second Charlie's much worse, except, like I say, he's the third. And it's jumped, you're a fucker. Go back. And it jumped. Back maybe, yeah, no, I saw that. That's not where I wanted to jump to. I wanted to jump to here. I was here. Coincided with the settlement period, and deep down people want adventure. I don't know what that means. 1900 to 1920, some guy was selling one-way tickets to Galapagos in Norway. In Norway, he was selling the tickets to go to the Galapagos. I think that's where you're going. Managed to send off 3 shiploads of hopefuls. 1 sank and those that made it started a whaling station. Yeah, okay. When you said in the Galapagos in Norway, I thought you meant that there was a place called Galapagos in Norway, but no, you meant selling the tickets in Norway to go to the Galapagos Islands. Yeah. Definitely got to trim this moustache. It's dripping. I got a wet chin from drinking wine up here. Where do we get to, folks? Okay, the whaling station and the Galapagos and a miserable existence. Brave people that will take off for different parts of the world to start a new life, but you're headed for hardship. In a generation or 3, we might have people like headed off to the moon or to Mars to try similar new world adventures. We're not far away. Technologically, we could do, if the motivation was there, and if Elon gets his way, I guess. I don't think he will. I think Elon's going to end up bankrupt within 2 or 3 years, but that's a separate question. But we could be a generation or 2 away from a similar, but then it's colonization. People will look back afterwards and say how fucking evil and bad it was. But brave people to get on a boat and go off to a new world with all the challenges that entails, and if they then get diverted through the hardships of life into having to, if capturing whales is your only way to kind of exist, you do what you got to do. Now, if it was just a commercial decision to make money, and that's not as nice a thing. So if the whale, it depends, in my mind anyway, it depends whether the whaling thing was something they had to do to survive, or whether it was a commercial venture that they just wanted to exploit to make some pennies, to make some money. Oh, I guess, folks, where are we for time? I wanted to carry on, but we're on 3:20. I will end at 3:30. I'll give you another 10 minutes and then I'll have to end it because I don't want to be just sitting here yawning in front of you. That's not fair on you. And it's a matter of time before I fall asleep. Is it multiple different beetles, or have I just got them fucking raining out of the sky on me? I hope that didn't go in my drink. No, it didn't. It's on the table over there again, look. I say again as if it's the same beetle landing back again. I got no fucking idea. I got a moth running up the light. It thinks it's the moon. Still, it's another night with no moon. Where are we with phases of the moon? Does anybody know? Why is there no moon? Have we still got a moon? Has it disappeared and nobody's mentioned it? The astrophysicists haven't updated me and told me that actually the moon flew out of orbit. It's gone. 2 nights on the trot, no moon. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I don't want to sit here yawning in front of you. I do have remnants of some coffee that I haven't finished. Maybe I can wake myself up again and carry on a bit longer. I doubt it, because I didn't sleep much last night or the night before. We shall see. Why do you think it's called Ireland? Ire as in angry. The mix are only 1/2. Well, not even a half. It's only the 6 counties that are mix. You don't forget you've got the paddies down below. I'm an equal opportunities racist, folks. I will call out the mix and the paddies. Fight me. Just don't send the IRA. They're a little bit too crazy. I'm not just. Then again, the Ulster Unionists. No, just equal opportunities racist, folks. Come on. I didn't say it. He said it. Helps explain why the Puritans went the way they did. What was that? Starting a whaling station. Met a miserable existence. Explains why they went the way they did. Okay. Maybe. My name is Bailey. That was Dave. David Bailey. Moonhawk, are you David or are you Dave? You did. I don't want to be, you know. If some people prefer their full name, others go by the shortened version. Let me look at what you actually told me when you told me. I wrote Dave from the Midlands. So you are a Dave. When you talk about yourself, if you call yourself Dave, I'll call you Dave. If you called yourself David, I would have stuck with with your Sunday name. I would have stuck with it, but you didn't, so I'm not. I will be as informal as you are. I will match your tone, and that's probably the best word for it. I will match your tone. We can be as informal. I'll be as informal as you are. I've got the cleaners in. I've switched the moon off. I thought you were going to go somewhere else. That's like having the decorators in, but that's a DB, David Bailey. Yeah, okay. Oh. Sorry, folks. Sorry, folks. I don't want to be doing that. We've got 5 minutes to go. What are we going to talk about for 5 minutes? Hold on. If it's 3:30, I said at 10:30, so that'll be 5 hours, won't it? That's okay. That's not a bad knock. That's not a bad innings. I didn't beg for money or anything tonight, so I assume I haven't had any donations. No, because I'm doing all right. I already took your money for Wheels for Tina, and then I got donated some, so I'm all good. I didn't refund. I said I was going to refund a couple of people yesterday. I haven't done it yet. It's not because I'm not going to. It's because I haven't had time to sit down and fucking go through it and look at what's what and who's who and when's where. I want to liaise. I don't just want to refund them. I want to liaise with a couple of people, ask them, and would you be offended if I refunded you? Especially the guy who sent 2 donations yesterday. That feels to me like it might have been a misclick. So I want to, verify. I want to check with people before. But I don't want to cause offence. If somebody's like adamant that they want the donation to stand, then I don't want to be a dick about it. I don't want to be an ingrate. I don't want to force the money back to them if it was intentional, if they're sure. But I just want to be careful about stuff like that, folks. Sometimes I get someone will send me like 3 donations within a week, and I'm thinking, can you afford that? Are you if they're like a multimillionaire and 3 €10 donation, okay, fair enough. But if they're struggling to get by themselves and it's all they've got, and they're sending me 3 donations in a week, I'm going to feel uncomfortable about that. I want to make sure that people aren't falling into like a parasocial. Do you know the term parasocial? It's where you think that guy on the screen is my best friend. We're good. I want to be nice with you all, but we're not in general, unless I've met you in the flesh. Don't take this the wrong way. We're not friends. I'm a guy on a screen on the interwebs. I'll be cordial with you. I'll be polite. I am asking for help at times. I will be friendly. But if we haven't met, if I haven't shaken your hand, shook. Here we go again with which past participle do you want? But you know what I mean? We're you haven't met me. We're not friends. I'm friendly, and I appreciate any help that's offered. Just don't go overboard. Don't start sending me 3 donations a week, or even 3 a month. And especially if you haven't got it yourself, don't be sending me money that you haven't got or that you need. If your need is greater than mine, that's okay. Just because I'm in a field doesn't. I'm not desperate. I'm all right at the minute. I'm good. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that, say that. I am going to be contacting a couple of people with a serious view to refunding them because of what I perceive to possibly be them overextending themselves and sending too much in too short a period. Now, if they say, hey mate, I'm working, I've got X amount of money, don't worry about it, it's all good. All right. But I got to have the conversation with them at least, just to double check, just to make sure. I'd hate to think that someone ends up homeless because they're sending all their money to me and that they haven't got enough of it left. Here we go. Normal moon service will resume shortly. Thank you. We're working on it. That's funny. I like that. Thank you. There'd be no universities if it weren't for Cromwell, the age of learning. He was quite anti-religion as well, though, wasn't he? There were executions. Mince pies were banned. Why did he ban mince pies? And this was back when mince was actual meat. For some reason, a mince pie was actually made with mincemeat. Ground beef, if you will, if you're of an American persuasion. This was back when mince pies were actually made with mincemeat. Minced meat. Ground beef. Don't know what that was about. Why did he ban mince pies? Why was he so anti-religion? Why did we end up with Roundheads versus Cavaliers? Why did we end up with a civil war and many, many dead? You can be for learning without let's execute everyone who disagrees. That's like a step too far. So that was Oliver, and then didn't his son take over? Richard Cromwell was his son, yeah, who took over as Procurator Fiscal is not the word. Lord Protector was his term for king, basically. Absolute ruler, but not a monarch in name only. I don't know the ins and outs of it, folks. It's not my. It isn't my time period. It's not my subject, really. But I got questions. Why did scrapping the monarchy result in so many deaths? And why did restoring the monarchy result in the end of the deaths? And to this day, whether you like them or not, keeping a monarch, it's that thing. It's the worst thing we know of, except for all the alternatives. What do you do if you don't have a monarch? And I like having a figurehead, a puppet monarch that we've got our hands stuffed up, we're in control. I like having a monarchy that is our puppet. It's like the best of all worlds. You haven't got the tyranny that like an absolute monarch, an absolute ruler could bestow is not the right word, could inflict upon us. We've got a monarch in almost in name only. Although apparently Charlie's ripped one out of Queer Starmer in the last week or two. Charlie Boy is not happy about the number of people that have been arrested over speech, online safety bill, and just speech in general. Apparently, even the king, a monarch, isn't happy about the way things have gone, and he's giving Queer Starmer, two-tier queer. He's being given the rogering by Charlie Boy. Abuse of power by the monarch. Hold on, let me just make sure I get some context. Probably not a bad idea that if I've sent anything, it's for keeps though. You did, didn't you? You sent something in the last few days. Yeah, you did. I don't think you've sent lots. I don't think you've gone overboard. I don't think you're one of the people I'm talking about. Although, stand by for an email tomorrow if you are. Might not be in the last day or two. It might be a little bit longer ago. I'm not. I gotta get my timeline straight. There'd be no universities if it weren't for Cromwell. Is that when Oxford and Cambridge started? What a mince pie is made of now, it's chopped up fruit, it's prunes, it's currants, it's dates, it's and then they're soaked in like an alcohol mixture or a fruit juice mixture. It's fruit. It's dark, it's kind of savoury, but in a pruny, curranty. No idea. That kind of thing. Mince pies are not mince meat. They're not minced meat. They're a fruit. Fuck knows. Anybody answer that? What is it made of? Let's see what Google says. What a mince pie is made of? Sugar and spice and all things nice. Oh no. Got to have some puppy dog's tails. What are mince pies made of? Question mark. And let's see what the AI says. Short crust or puff pastry shell filled with traditional mincemeat mixture. So mince meat, there's no D. Back in the day, it would have been minced meat. This is the distinction. Meat that is minced, meat that is ground up. Mince meat is made from dried fruit like raisins, currants, candied peel, suet or butter, spices such as cinnamon and nutmeg, chopped apples and a liquid such as brandy or orange juice. Everything I said. Fruit juice or alcohol, depending on. Historically, the filling contained minced meat, chopped up meat, ground beef, basically. Modern mince pies, mince not minced, mince pies, typically have a sweet fruit-based filling with suet still included for richness and to help preserve the mixture. Yeah. Raisins, currants, sultanas, candied orange peel are common. Other things, you can stick dates or something, you know, you've got all that. Yeah. Grated baked apple, like a Granny Smith or a Bramley. Citrus, lemon or orange zest or juice. Yeah. Brown sugar or muscovado sugar. What the fuck? I need to go look that one up now just to know. That sounds Italian? Muscovado sugar is used for sweetness and preservation. Sugar to preserve. Is that a thing? Can you use sugar to preserve stuff? I've never heard that in my life. Small amount of alcohol such as brandy or orange juice is added. Acts as a preservative and helps create a syrupy sauce. The pie crust, yeah. It's a pastry. Yeah, that is mince pie, as opposed to a minced meat. Mince meat without the D is not meat at all. It's these dried fruits, possibly soaked in either alcohol and or a fruit juice. A minced meat pie with a D, minced would actually be like a beef pie. And then back in the day it was. But Oliver Cromwell banned them. Don't know why. I think celebrating Christmas was too... Did he ban Christmas altogether, maybe? He might have. I think he was meant to be spiritual, but maybe he thought celebrations were over the top. I'm not sure. Can't be caught. Don't quote me on it. It's not my. The comment from Oscar there'd be no universities if it wasn't for Cromwell. I find that an interesting comment. I don't know when Oxford and Cambridge started, and if it was in this period. Maybe. I don't know. Always assumed it was minced meat. No, 400 years. No. Whatever. Yeah, 16. Civil War, 1640 something, maybe. I think. No, back in the day it was minced meat, but no, nowadays it's not. When we have minced pies, it's not minced meat. It's chopped up fruit to resemble a savoury thing, but they've got sweeter and sweeter over the years. We love them. We eat them by the dozen at Christmas. Current king is an adulterer and he's certainly an adulterer. The traitor part. Whether Diana was killed or not, I'm not getting into that one. But not he's defender of the faiths. Yeah, that's sucking the. Okay, I can't read that out loud. Whoops, I was 3 minutes behind. Oh, that happens. Normal moon service. I've jumped back to normal moon service being resumed. Like it is today. Abuse of power by monarchs. Not a bad idea that if we sent anything. Okay, that's me and the refunds and things. What I'm inspired me. Oh yeah, I've got that. I covered that one. Revolutions podcast by Mike Duncan, season 1, England. There's a podcast called Revolutions. Might be worth checking out. I'll have a look tomorrow. Current king. Okay, we got that one. And we jump back to normal moon service for some reason. Charles traitors. Yeah, the Muslims. Yeah, okay. I was assuming it was mincemeat in them. I'm gonna click top chat and then live chat just to check whether I've got everything. It's jump. Don't fucking. I got another one of these fucking. I don't know if it's the same one that's gone mental or if they're just raining out of the bloody sky at me. Always assumed it was mincemeat in them. Okay, folks, where are we? I was aiming for. I was going to finish at 3:30, wasn't I? How did I end up 10 minutes late? I'm going to end on 45, folks. I'm going to draw a line under it here. Otherwise, I'm going to fall asleep. You're going to laugh at me, Everyone's going to call me some kind of drunkard who can't stay awake on a live stream. Happened once before. Check out TrampCast, I think 32. I'm not sure if 32 is the one where I fell asleep or if that's the one afterwards, the week after, when I had to try and come back and avoid the embarrassment. And somewhere there, 31, 32, 33, somewhere in that mix, I fell asleep on air, mouth open. Go find it. Go have a laugh. I blame my friend Ismo that popped in earlier. He was in chat towards the beginning. He said hello. Ismo, the crusher of chairs. He stopped off, brought me alcohol, and then drove off and left me with all the booze. I drank 2 or 3 of them, and as if by magic, fell asleep. Middle of the afternoon, but I must have not slept the night before or something. I just, the combination of being tired and having a few beers, I fell asleep on camera. What are you going to do? Now, we are 43. Okay. We got a minute and a half maybe. So what we're going to do, we're going to end it in the tradition of the channel. I will show you her ladyship. She is down here on the floor asleep by my chair. I think, although I'm fairly sure she is. I just can't see her in the dark. There she is. There she is. I can only see her because her legs, she was running in her sleep. Oh, now she's looking up. She knows she's been talked about. Let's do this thing, folks, if I can. If we've got the time right. We are on 44. I will wait till it flicks to say 45 on the minute counter, the minute hand. There are no hands, but on the clock, and then we will draw a line under this when it says 45. In the tradition of the channel, I'm going to unplug the phone so that I've got a bit more mobility to turn around and see her. No, I dropped the wire. Okay, it doesn't say 45 yet, but it's going to any minute now. I'm going to turn it around. No, it didn't take the click. Oh, it did. It did take the click. I just didn't know what I'm looking at. Here we go, folks. Hey, Tina. Hey, babe. Look this way. Come to Daddy. Hey, babe. You're not going to, are you? Hey, babe. Tina, go. Okay, folks. In the tradition of the channel, from Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, guys and gals.